Chapter 753. Gu Jiantang ignored him and only raised his head to look at Chao Chongqing and the woman on the sword on top of the southern city wall. The central government of the imperial court had long predicted that West Chu would come to the capital to observe the ceremony. Su of Gojoseon of the Wu family of the Sword Mound had also come out of seclusion because of this. The central government had 18 gates, led by the great Grand Master of the Way of the Sword, Su of Gojoseon. Other than that, there were no less than 6 or 7 top-notch masters who had long resided in the deep pool that was the capital. Some time ago, Gu Jiantang had recommended himself to guard one of the gates of the imperial court to stop Chao Qingyi, but the emperor had not allowed it. It could be said that Chao Chongqing's appearance was not a surprise to Gu Jiantang and the small group of people. As long as West Chu still wanted to reclaim their country, today was undoubtedly the best opportunity for them to show themselves. This was the same fallacious logic as Su Fengnian wanting to vent his anger in the capital, so he had no choice but to make an unreasonable move at this time. However, as a general who had been in charge of the Ministry of War for nearly 20 years, Gu Jiantang did not think highly of West Chu's chances of reclaiming their country. It was even very likely that this would become the perfect opening for Zhang Julu to vent his undercurrents. The purple-bearded, blue-eyed man who had been in charge of Liang and reorganized the governance of the country had faced an enormous resistance that the outside world could not imagine. It seemed that he was relying on the emperor's trust, and his momentum was like a rainbow, but as for how and when he would fiercely rebound, even Gu Jiantang did not dare to imagine. Was this ceremony not a kind of tacit understanding that could not be revealed to outsiders? Chao Chongqing was confident in the methods of the Chao Chongqing. If Great Peace City dared to shed all pretense of cordiality, West Chu, who had made a great wish when he became a saint to use his life to turn the world upside down, dared to risk his life and let the fallen princess leave on her sword. Then, he would use the life of a saint to exchange for the coronation of King in Jing. This would become a tragedy of hundreds of officials dying. If the emperor really wanted to prevent Chao Chongqing from entering Great Peace City, he could have had Gu Jiantang, Pei Nanhua, Chen Jibao take the plum wine, the old ancestor of the sword Tum Su of Gojoseon, and teacher Lu guard the 4 city gates with their elite factions. If they encountered Chao Chongqing, they only needed to delay him for a few minutes. The other 3 could immediately bring people to surround and kill him. However, to Gu Jiantang's surprise, the emperor and Zhang Julu, as well as the broken-tongued strategist who had never left Great Peace City in his entire life, did not have such a conservative plan. They still allowed Chao Chongqing to swagger to the top of the city walls and announce to the world that West Chu had reclaimed its country. Gu Jiantang smiled. When Liang and West Chu faced off against each other, no one could have guessed that the result would be a draw. However, after 20 years of peace and tranquility, West Chu was trying to use half of its country's power to resist the alliance of the other spring and autumn countries. A snake swallowing an elephant, Gu Jiantang shook his head. In the end, Chao Chongqing still had the spirit of a scholar. The emperor of Liang took a step forward and said in a clear voice, "I hope that in my lifetime I can peacefully play chess with Sir Chao in this great peace palace city and make friends." Chao Chongqing smiled and did not reply. Jiang and I flew away from the top of the city walls on his sword, causing the civil officials and generals in the square to tremble with fear. She twitched the corner of her mouth. The great Liang dragon sparrow soared into the clouds and disappeared. 2 dimples appeared on her cheeks. Was she laughing at him until his hair turned white? Chao Chongqing immediately turned and flew away. The emperor let Song Tonglu, the head of the imperial palace, go up the steps and said softly. Then this powerful official walked near the steps and faced the square. He said in a deep voice, "The Bailiang heir Su Fengnian is allowed to withdraw from court." He does not need to report to the court when he leaves the city. After Su Fengnian heard the imperial edict, he still put his hands in his sleeves and turned to leave. The Zhao family's son, who had been paying attention to the Bailiang heir's next move, narrowed his eyes. However, he quickly relaxed, and his expression returned to normal. Almost at the same time that Su Fengnian turned around, he walked towards the main hall and crossed the threshold. The Zhao and Su families parted ways. Most of the officials swallowed their saliva when Su Fengnian turned around, especially the Imperial College's Right Chancellor Jean Lanting, who was supposed to be high-spirited. His face was dispirited, as if he had lost his parents. After Su Fengnian walked out of the city gates, he stopped. The item Dan Ing was connected to his mind. It was not inferior to the flying sword that he no longer needed to use his qi to control. After it threw the old hidden dragon into the city walls, in less than half an hour, it had silently gone back and forth between life and death countless times. The item's arms drooped dispiritedly. Its bright red robe was also somewhat tattered. After all, it was an item. In the peak duel between celestial state experts in Great Peace City, it did not occupy the right time. This was a fatal disadvantage. For it to be able to do this, it was already shocking enough. It was rumored that Lu Haosher, who had been in celestial state for longer than a normal person's lifetime, stood quietly at the foot of the wall. There was not the slightest trace of anger on his face. His eyes were as gloomy as a poisonous snake's, tightly biting onto the Bailiang air. Su Fengnian first smiled at the item. Then he walked towards Lu Haosher. When he was dozens of feet away, he stopped and said, "Don't die of old age too quickly." The old man's laughter was hoarse, like an old donkey grinding mud with a millstone. He stretched out a palm and made a flipping motion. This old man couldn't kill the big one in the past. Killing the small one is just SOSO. Su Fengnian stretched out a finger and wiped the corner of his mouth. The old bastard is hiding in the deep pool. I can't do anything to him, for now. However, the 10 great clans of the spring and autumn period, the Nanyang Lu family that respects you as their ancestor, and the many talents that have the potential to serve the imperial court, I will send people to eliminate the weeds by the roots. Will you save them or not? I purposely didn't do these dirty things before, because I wanted to talk to you in person after entering the capital. The old man was indifferent and emotionless. He sneered. The clay Buddha crossing the river can't even save himself. How dare you talk nonsense in front of this old man? Su Fengnian smiled and said, "Great rivers and mountains. Let's ride a donkey and wait and see." The white-haired young man put his hands in his sleeves and slowly walked on the imperial road. The item in the red robe looked at the lonely figure with joy and pity. It looked at Lu Haosher, who was trying hard to suppress his killing intent. After Su Fengnian walked for a while, he pulled out his hands. Without turning his head, he suddenly asked, "From now on, you will be called Suing, okay?" The item stretched out an arm and gently pulled on one of his sleeves. The man and the item seemed to depend on each other. They didn't say anything as they walked hand in hand on the central axis of Great Peace City. Chapter 754. Su Fengnian walked alone to the carriage that deviated from the central axis. The coachman was naturally Bluebird, who was dressed in green and embroidered shoes. Xianyuan Qingfeng, who carried the imperial jade seal, was dressed in purple and sat sideways behind Bluebird. His legs dangled outside the carriage. Seeing Su Fengnian leave court so early, although Xianyuan Qingfeng was puzzled, he didn't ask. They sat in the carriage together. After Su Fengnian sat down, he smiled and said, "West Chu returned a sword strike to me. We'll leave the capital later and let Mr. Chow wait for a few more days. At the same time, we'll scare that Han Jiaoxi who's waiting for us somewhere. This Confucian sage won't be in the capital to retrieve the imperial jade seal. You should seize the time to absorb fate. Xianyuan Qingfeng frowned and said, only 40 to 50%. Su Fengnian smiled and said, one must be content with what one has. Getting 50 to 60% is good enough. Going too far is as bad as falling short. Fate is unpredictable. If something goes wrong, you'll be the one to suffer, not me. Come, take it out, and let me take a look. I'll help you. Xianyuan Qingfeng wanted to say something, but stopped. He snorted coldly and didn't move in the end. Su Fengnian was confused and said helplessly, do you really think this imperial jade seal is your exclusive property? Borrowing money and returning it is a matter of course. In the past, you were rude and unreasonable to me, but that was because I was easy to talk to and didn't lower myself to your level. I've been hiding it for the past few years. Chen Jibao is even more ruthless than me. He's already become a saint. During the Battle of Iron Gate, Chen Jibao was at the peak of martial arts and still couldn't defeat Chao Qingyi. If you offend this West Chu and delay his great cause of restoring the country, you're destined to suffer. Besides, when it comes to the fate of the imperial jade seal, you're thousands of miles away from your father. You're just a layman, far inferior to me. I'll help you take a look and fill in the gaps. Are you still not satisfied? Xianyuan Qingfeng hesitated again and again, staring at Su Fengnian. Finally, she slowly extended two slender fingers, tilted her face, and pinched a red string that held the imperial jade seal from her neck. She gently lifted it, looking at the scenery on her chest. She should have pulled out the imperial jade seal from between her two peaks. Su Fengnian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He thought to himself, no wonder you're so shy. In the end, you're a woman who can't be thick-skinned when it comes to matters like this. Su Fengnian immediately pretended to be serious and old-fashioned, so that she wouldn't fly into a rage out of humiliation. He calmly took the red string that still had traces of warmth and lowered his head to stare at the imperial jade seal of West Chu. Xianyuan Qingfeng turned her head away and covered her chest. It was impossible to see whether she was angry or shy. Under the string, the imperial jade seal appeared to be sparkling and translucent. Yellow and purple qi rapidly circulated within it, like a river during the summer flood season or a chick leaving its nest. Its heart was still directed towards Xianyuan Qingfeng. The fate leaked out from the imperial jade seal, drifting together and seeping into Xianyuan Qingfeng's 7 apertures and 3 dantian. Su Fengnian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He raised his head to look at the woman who was still angry at him and angrily scolded. How is this 40 or 50%? You've clearly stolen 60 or 70%. I've wronged you when I said that you only knew how to squander money. Just like Su Fengnian said, Xianyuan Qingfeng was a genuine layman. After obtaining the imperial jade seal, she only immersed herself in absorbing the fate contained within the imperial jade seal. After hearing the truth, she was also a bit excited. Is it really 60 or 70%? Su Fengnian nodded. Try pouring out all of your qi. In the blink of an eye, the sea of qi in the carriage shook. The 2 horses abruptly stopped in their tracks, looking like they would not be shaken even by thunder. Su Fengnian's hair fluttered unsteadily as he clicked his tongue. Narrowing his eyes, he sighed emotionally. Using the words of the Taoist qi cultivators, it's like steaming the Cloud Dream Marsh, shaking the Jade Emperor Tower, and shaking the Kunlun Mountains. It's not far off from the great yellow court of the Wudong sect leader. Xianyuan Qingfeng closed her eyes and spread out her arms. In the region of Great Peace City near the palace, invisible qi rapidly converged with the carriage as the center. She had an intoxicated expression on her face. The imperial jade seal in Su Fengnian's hand shook more and more violently. He said in a low voice, "Stop, stop." Xianyuan Qingfeng quickly came back to her senses and withdrew her qi. She seemed to have sensed that her actions were too docile. She glared fiercely at Su Fengnian, who had given the order. Su Fengnian did not care about the arrogance and unruliness that he had brought out of her mother's womb. He also did not think about how to put in effort to suppress and train her. If all women had their edges removed, like Lu Chengyan of Qingzhou, all of them would be as smooth and sophisticated as pebbles. How boring would it be whether it was the Jianghu or the residents? He handed her the red string and the imperial jade seal. Take advantage of these few days to absorb a little bit more. It's not good for others to become fat in one mouthful when their hearts are not enough, especially women. They don't look good if they are too fat. Xianyuan Qingfeng stared quietly at this fellow and said ungratefully, "It's not funny at all." Su Fengnian put his hands in his sleeves and smiled. "It's really cold." After this year's winter, Great Peace City was indeed exceptionally cold. Su Fengnian waited for Xianyuan Qingfeng to turn around and put the imperial jade seal back into the depression in the mountain range. He suddenly asked, "Xianyuan Qingfeng, have you realized that you are actually very talented in scheming? Other people rely on practical knowledge and experience in the field of politics, but you rely on intuition?" Xianyuan Qingfeng said with disdain, "Don't think that I will be your Beiliang's dog. I will do business with you one by one." Su Fengnian shook his head. "Don't be nervous. I am not so desperate that I am not picky. It's just that I am in a rare good mood, so I will reward you verbally." Xianyuan Qingfeng hit the nail on the head. "You have made things clear with Lu. How of the white clothes case in the capital? Have you set up the arena? After leaving the capital this time, you have completely cleared things with the Zhao family's son. In the future, you will rely on your own abilities to draw a line publicly?" Su Fengnian nodded with a smile. Chapter 755. There were many things in the imperial court that were deeply arranged behind layers of curtains. Every step was carefully planned, and every little detail was fought over. However, when put on the table, and in the eyes of the court officials, it was often just that. It was very difficult to see the brilliance at a glance. Su Fengnian came to the capital to observe the ceremony as the heir of a vassal king. On the surface, he entered the palace with a saber and did not kneel. Undoubtedly, the emperor of the Zhao family gave him a lot of face. However, other than this sweet date, the other big sticks that came down were all firmly on Beiliang's head. Making an exception to promote Jean Lanting as the right chancellor of the Imperial College, seducing the great scholar of Confucianism, Yao Baifeng, to take a post in the capital, promoting Chen Zhibao, the protector of Beiliang, to the minister of war, and promoting Yan Jieshi, the magistrate of Lingzhou, to the most illustrious member of the imperial family in one fell swoop. These four big sticks were all openly beaten on Su Fengnian's head in front of all the civil and military officials. How could Su Fengnian not take advantage of this situation to make a big fuss? It looked like he was acting out of spite, but it could also be that Su Fengnian was using his own method to stabilize the Beiliang cavalry's morale. The carriage slowly returned to Xiama Wei Station. The rotten scholar Lu Wenbao was no different from an old beggar. He was still waiting bitterly under the dragon claw locust tree, waiting for Beiliang's heir to give him a chance to fulfill his ambitions. At this moment, he was squatting and gnawing on a cold and hard-steamed bun. Although he had suffered in the areas of clothing, food, shelter, and transportation, he seemed to be in good spirits. Most of these people were like this. As long as there was a little bit of hope to look forward to, they could display astonishing tenacity. This was related to one's heart. Lu Wenbao was undoubtedly the type of person who had a big mouth and a big heart. After Su Fengnian got off the carriage, he still did not even look at Lu Wenbao. He did not even bother to cast a sideways glance at Lu Wenbao. Normally, a scholar who was confident that his knowledge and military strategy were not inferior to other people's would have already turned to other wise masters. However, Lu Wenbao's life had been full of ups and downs, but he still had his pride and unyielding character. The pride he gained from studying the sage's books had almost completely dissipated. Naturally, he had the great willpower to stick to the Green Mountain and not let go. But to be exact, it seemed more appropriate to stick to the Su family's locust tree next to him. Seeing that Su Fengnian was about to enter the post house, Lu Wenbao trotted over and said softly, "Young Master Su, someone is looking for you. It's a young lady with the surname Li. She didn't enter the post house and just wanted to chat with me. She waited for a long time, but in the end, she couldn't endure the hunger and went to buy food." Su Fengnian was stunned. He laughed and said, "Did she say that her family lives in a temple and that the temple belongs to her family?" Lu Wenbao nodded vigorously and said with a smile, "Yes, yes. The young lady is quite interesting. I was just wondering why there would be a girl living in a temple." Su Fengnian was truly in a good mood this time. He said to Lu Wenbao, "Go to the post house and find a warm place. If Tong Ziliang asks, tell him that I told you to stay." Unexpectedly, the old scholar did not know what was good for him. He shook his head and said, "I don't care about a day or two. Lu Wenbao can endure hardships. He has already endured so many years. I think that when the hardships are over, the good times will be great." Su Fengnian didn't try to be courteous with an old scholar in his 50s who didn't even have a family yet. Xianyuan Qingfeng had already entered the inn. He had Qingyao enter first, and he stayed behind to welcome Miss Li Zi. Lu Wenbao asked carefully and curiously, "Young master, why did you end court so quickly?" Su Fengnian said half-truthfully, "I almost fought with Gu Jiantang, so I was chased back." Lu Wenbao was speechless and did not dare to ask further. In the distance, the young girl who was determined to be a chivalrous woman of the Jianghu jumped up and down towards the post house. If it was not easy for her to find out that Su Fengnian lived in Zayamawi, she would feel that she had gone through many hardships and traversed mountains to come here. This friendship that only Jianghu women could have. There was nothing else to say. She had brought a few banknotes with her on this trip, but she had told her clumsily to give gifts to people she met. She had not thought about how to buy clothes or cosmetics, so she only had a few pitiful pieces of silver and copper coins. Today, she had woken up early for the first time and rushed outside Zayamawi. She had forgotten to fill her stomach early in the morning and shivered from the cold. In the end, she could not endure the stomachache and bought a tray of white steamed buns. Because of these 8 or 9 steamed buns, her impression of Great Peace City was terrible to the extreme. It was too expensive. If she had traveled the Jianghu in the capital with Su Fengnian, she would have most likely starved to death long ago. She bit hard on an expensive steamed bun that she had bought a few at the foot of the mountain and jumped up and down towards the post house. She saw a familiar figure in the distance, but that person was dressed in white, with white hair, white clothes, and white shoes. Why did he look like a snowman? She was not sure. Could it be Su Fengnian? It was said that only those who were traveling would be timid when they were close to home, but Zayamawi was not her hometown. But because of him, she stopped jumping and slowly moved towards the dragon claw pagoda tree. When she got closer, she saw the face that she had been thinking about day and night. The little girl was stunned, still biting on the steamed bun. She looked dazedly at the familiar yet unfamiliar man. She did not care about her chivalrous demeanor and etiquette as she turned and ran, the steamed bun in her hand falling to the ground. Lu Wenbao had an expression of disbelief. Had this little girl been scared silly by his royal highness beside him, Su Fengnian could not help but laugh. He walked over and picked up the steamed buns that were not too dirty and held them in his arms. The little girl ran out for a while before running back. She was like a pear blossom in tears. Su Fengnian, are you going to die? My father is very capable. I'll go back and tell him. Wait for me. You must wait for me. Then she turned and planned to run again. Su Fengnian freed a hand and pressed on her little head, twisting her around. I won't die. I just felt that I had to go out and attract attention, so I had to do something unconventional. That's why I dyed my hair white. The little girl's personality was innocent, but she was not stupid. She was furious. You lied to me. Su Fengnian stuffed a steamed bun into her mouth and took one for himself. He said vaguely, "Where's your family's north and south monks?" Miss Li Zi took out the steamed bun and sobbed. Stupid north and south went to the palace to wait to see the emperor. They had to quarrel with that Prime Minister Qing Ci and Mr. White Lotus again. Su Fengnian reached out to help her wipe away the tears on her cheeks. Her little face was red from the cold, looking very comical and cute. Su Fengnian did not have a younger sister and had always treated her as his own. He smiled gently. It's not easy to see each other, and you're already crying so much. Aren't you afraid of being laughed at by North and South? Miss Li Zi said, unhappily, he's so stupid. I don't even laugh at him. Su Fengnian held her cold little hand and walked down the horse. There was great joy in life, meeting an old friend in a foreign land. Su Fengnian turned and looked up gently. When someone came, they entered the Jianghu and were in high spirits. When they left, they entered the Jianghu and had a clear conscience. Su Fengnian turned and looked down at the little girl. He said calmly, "It's a pity that Wen Hua won't have the chance to travel the Jianghu with us." Why? Is he still so useless when it comes to swordsmanship? Or is he carrying a wooden sword? He's very promising, but he doesn't practice swordsmanship anymore. He's not in the capital. Where did he go? I'm looking for him. Humph, Wen Hua didn't even wait for me. He's not loyal. If I see him in the future, I'll scold him to death. Okay, if I find that brat first, I'll scold you too. Chapter 756. On the second day of the coronation ceremony, the guards at the gate did not pay much attention to a young Taoist carrying a peach with sword entering the city. The Taoist priests of Mount Longhu often came to the capital to draw talismans and set up rituals. The people of the capital had seen many nobles with the same surname as the emperor. The only person at the gate who was impressed was this simple Taoist priest. He was not from Mount Longhu, the ancestral court of Taoism, nor was he a disciple of a Zhenren from a blessed place. He came from Mount Wudong, which had not been famous for hundreds of years. The Taoist priests in the world were under the control of Zhao Danxia, who was in charge of all Taoist affairs. Only Mount Wudong was an exception. After the guards at the gate let him in, they could not help but take a few more glances. They did not find out why the Zhenren did not show his face. They just thought that he was an ordinary Taoist priest who could not stand the strict rules of Mount Wudong and came to the capital to take a shortcut. After the Taoist priest entered the city, he asked for the location of the Maui post house and walked there. He accidentally took a long detour and walked for almost 2 hours before he saw the dragon claw locust tree outside the post house. He reported his identity to the guard at the gate. Li Yufu of Mount Wudong wanted to see the crown prince of Bailiang, Su Fengnian. The guard did not dare to delay and reported to the backyard in confusion. Li Yufu, who walked from Mount Wudong to the capital, did not have the demeanor of a Taoist priest. He sat on the steps outside the post house and rested for a while. He gently breathed according to the Heart Sutras of Mount Yuju. The old scholar Lu Wenbao glanced at him and ignored him. Su Fengnian was building the 8th snowman with Miss Li Zi in the backyard. When he heard Tong Ziliang's report, he frowned and walked to the door. Li Yufu stood up and bowed, looking a little reserved. Su Fengnian's brows relaxed and smiled. Headmaster Li, I am not worthy of your courtesy. Wudong Mountain's Li Yufu was the next Wudong sect leader after Wang Zhongluo, who had cultivated the Great Yellow Court, and Hong Xixiang, who was the reincarnation of Ancestor Lu. However, Li Yufu seemed to be even more nervous than Su Fengnian. She did not even bother to exchange pleasantries. Instead, she blushed a little. She did not look like the great spiritual master of Wudong sect, but more like a little girl who saw a handsome man. This made Su Fengnian feel confused. The few times he went up the mountain, other than the young martial granduncle who rode the bull and some naughty little Taoist children, he only saw the good-tempered Wang Zhongluo and Wang Xiaoping, who demonstrated her strength with her sword. He had never even seen Li Yufu, so there were no grudges between them. It was said that Hong Xixiang had high hopes for this person, so why was he so shy? Su Fengnian suppressed his curiosity and led Li Yufu to the backyard. He was not happy at first because he was afraid of the worst result. He was worried that Li Yufu would represent Wudong Mountain to come to the capital to meet the emperor and recruit the Zhao family's emperor. Beiliang's internal affairs had been poached by the imperial court. If Wudong Mountain was added, it would really make people want to break the pot. Moreover, Su Fengnian had a very special emotional attachment to Wudong Mountain. His elder sister, Su Jihu, had met the cow-riding coward there. He had also practiced his blade there and received a great favor from sect leader Wang. There was also a vegetable garden that might have been barren and the great gung-horn killing note that was destined to disappear without a trace. If Wudong Mountain betrayed Beiliang, even if Beiliang could tolerate it, Su Fengnian could not. Su Fengnian entered the yard and smiled at the little girl who was lighting the snowman with charcoal. Lizzie, bring a stool for the new sect leader of Wudong Mountain. The little girl quickly wiped the charcoal stains on the snowman and went to the house to bring out a stool. Li Yufu was still reserved and shy. Your Highness, I can just stand and talk. Su Fengnian looked at him seriously and took the lead to sit on the rattan chair placed under the eaves outside the house. He joked, Why are you not at all like Hong Xixiang? That guy's face is a few hundred times thicker than yours. Li Yufu hesitated for a moment and finally plucked up the courage to sit on the stool. He sat upright and looked straight ahead. There were 2 rattan chairs and 1 stool. Su Fengnian was in the middle. Xianyuan Qingfeng was lying on the chair on his left. He had no breath and looked like a living dead. Su Fengnian was not in a hurry to ask about the secret. After lying down, he only smiled softly and said, Your youngest martial uncle and I are old friends. One is willing to give, and the other is willing to receive. He still owes me a lot of forbidden books. He always lies to me that your eldest martial uncle Chen Yao has confiscated all of them, like a clay ox in the sea. I don't want to lower myself to his level. I don't know why I get angry every time I see him. I can't control my hands and feet. He also likes to shout that he can't hit people in the face and kick people in the balls. I don't know where he heard this Jianghu saying. Li Yufu secretly wiped the sweat off his forehead. In the middle of winter, the young Taoist priest was surrounded by mist. It was a mysterious scene like an overseas fairy mountain. Even Lizzie, who was experienced and knowledgeable, was stunned. She could not help but take a few more glances. Su Fengnian shook the rattan chair and closed his eyes. The old headmaster is really a good person. I've seen some old Taoist priests in my life, but the only one who really looks like an immortal is Headmaster Wang. The warm atmosphere was dispelled by Xianyuan Qingfeng's cold snort. Li Yufu, who was already on tenterhooks, was so scared that he swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Cultivation was like entering a gold mine. How much gold one could pick up depended on one's talent, root structure, and lucky chance. Li Yufu's talent was chosen by his master, Yuxing Rui. That was why he was brought from the East Sea to Mount Wudong by Yuxing Rui, who was known as the top internal force cultivator on Jade Pillar Peak. After he came up the mountain, he was favored by all the martial uncles. As for his lucky chance, even Chen Zhao, Song Jiming, and the others did not dare to guess. Only one person left a prophecy. Wudong will prosper because of Yufu. In fact, Li Yufu was not timid, but the person he admired and respected most in his life was his youngest uncle, who used to be an immortal riding a crane and cutting fate with a sword. He admired him from the bottom of his heart. After he came up the mountain, everyone talked about how his youngest uncle and the heir of Beiliang were opposite in fate. Several of his martial uncles also said that his youngest uncle was indeed beaten in the capital and was infinitely afraid of the heir of Beiliang. His youngest uncle's cultivation was as high as the ninth heaven. How could Li Yufu, who had been chasing after his youngest uncle for all his life, not be afraid of him? Su Fengnian turned his head and glared at Xianyuan Qingfeng, who was annoyed because he was disturbed from absorbing fate. Li Yufu did not dare to turn his head to look at the woman in purple. He only dared to lament in his heart that the women at the foot of the mountain were all tigers. His youngest uncle was right. Su Fengnian asked with a smile, "I heard that Bei Meng's sword Qi went to Mount Wudong and asked for Ancestor Lu's flying sword technique. He asked your Mount Wudong to answer the sword on behalf of Ancestor Lu. He fought his way to the top of Big Lotus Peak, but was forced back to the foot of the mountain by you." Li Yufu said in a low voice, "I lost my head in anger and acted on impulse. In fact, my swordsmanship is not as good as that sword Qi's." Su Fengnian smiled and said, "I guess your swordsmanship is not as good as Huang Qing's. But the level of sword principle is related to swordsmanship, but not absolutely. Huang Qing asked for swordsmanship and sword principle, so it's not surprising that you lost. It's like a woman with a good-looking face. She can be more beautiful, but how beautiful she is depends on the most important thing, her temperament." Li Yufu thought about it carefully and said sincerely, "Your Highness is right. I've learned a lot." Su Fengnian said jokingly, "Do you really think I'm some kind of Taoist master? You're so smart. Even if I fart out of boredom, you'll be able to figure out something." "Li Yufu, don't be so suspicious. The reason why I dared to beat Hong Shixiang back then was not because my cultivation was higher than his, but because he was narrow-minded." Li Yufu said seriously, "Your Highness is well-mannered." Su Fengnian held his belly and laughed. "Oh, when you flatter someone, you're just like a bull rider. You're so sincere. No wonder you're from the same origin." Li Yufu's face turned slightly red. Su Fengnian asked, "You walked to the capital on 2 legs?" Li Yufu nodded and said, "I went to the Earth Lung Mountain in the middle." Su Fengnian said playfully, "My second sister once took a few bags of dragon sand from the Earth Lung Mountain. She said that an evil dragon appeared in the first blessed land of Taoism. Did you go to slay the evil dragon?" Li Yufu smiled and did not deny or admit it. Su Fengnian was shocked. He glanced at the peach with sword on the back of the new chief of Wudong. Li Yufu scratched his head. "I did see the evil dragon, but I didn't kill it. I was hindered by someone." Su Fengnian nodded and said slowly, "For yesterday's ceremony, Taiyan City specially worshipped Zhenwu, great emperor behind the 3 main halls of the central axis. The statue was huge, like a small mountain. There was no other god worshipped in the capital. The Son of Heaven wrote the words controlling the central axis on the plaque to raise the status of Wudong Mountain in Taoism. You and I both know about this. Li Yufu took a deep breath and said frankly, Wudong Mountain had no objection to the imperial quartz statue of Zhenwu Great Emperor in Taiyan City. But according to the teachings of Ancestor Lu, the Taoists on the mountain were not allowed to enter the capital to seek power. But for some reason, after the statue was carved, it swayed without wind. So I followed my master's order to enter the capital to investigate. On my way to the east, I sensed that it had something to do with the Earth Lung Mountain. So I went to the blessed land and found the evil dragon hibernating there. Speaking of this, Li Yufu stood up and said in a low voice, I'm willing to cultivate for the sake of the common people. Su Fengnian smiled and looked at the sky. Such a young immortal. Chapter 757. The second chapter was at 3 in the morning. The third chapter was at around 5 in the morning. There was one more chapter at night. Su Fengnian smiled and asked, When will you go to the palace to meet the emperor? Li Yufu shook his head and said, Since the evil dragon of Earth Lung Mountain has been slain, the statue of Zhenwu Great Emperor on the central axis should no longer be a bad omen. I will not go to the palace and damage my cultivation. Chief Uncle Master once told me that there are 7 injuries in our cultivation. One of them is that we do not follow the rules and reveal our innocence. If we violate this rule, it will be difficult for us to be listed as an immortal even if we have a strange appearance. Although I do not expect to be listed as an immortal in Tianmen, I am also timid. I am afraid to go to the place with the strongest dragon chi and yin chi in the world. I came to the capital this time just to see His Highness and hear more about the 2 chief leaders. After leaving the capital, I will travel around and will not be in a hurry to return to Wudong. If I want to travel 100,000 miles in 10 years, it will be difficult for me to meet one and eliminate one. Wudong Mountain did not appear, but once it did, it would become an immortal. First, there was Wang Zhonglo who concealed his identity and traveled in Jianghu. He helped people in danger and broke the Kanglin with one finger. Later, there was Hong Shixiang who used his flying sword to suppress the dragon and tiger. He was regarded by the Qi cultivators as an existence that could suppress Wufu, Wang, Xianji. Su Fengnian joked, If you meet a girl you like in Jianghu and become an immortal Taoist companion, or even give up being a Taoist priest and not return to Wudong Mountain, your master and uncle masters will be so angry that they will vomit blood. Li Yufu blushed and said, I don't dare. Su Fengnian caught the loophole in his words and said, You don't. Li Yufu said sincerely, I'm not as good as Uncle Master. I'm not good at divination, so I don't know the mysteries of heaven. I don't dare to say what will happen in the future. Although I don't know many things in the world, I know what I should do. If I meet a girl I like, I can only forget about her in Jianghu. Su Fengnian remained silent. Li Yufu did not know the ways of the world and did not know how to warm up the atmosphere. He could only stand up and bid farewell. Su Fengnian came back to his senses and stood up as well to send him to the door. Li Yufu, who carried an ordinary peach with sword on his back, hesitated for a moment. He pointed at the old pagoda tree and said softly, Your Highness, do you know that a Qi cultivator has done something to the dragon claw pagoda tree? Su Fengnian shook his head, his eyes gloomy. Li Yufu was relieved and did not ask any more questions. He condensed his qi and exhaled. The 7 steps of gang treading. The peachwood sword that had no murderous aura was slowly unsheathed and inserted into the root of the dragon claw locust tree. The current Wudong sect leader stretched out his fingers and made a gesture. He whispered, draw the ghost and draw the evil. Lu Wenbao was shocked and hurried away from the dragon claw locust tree. The old Confucian scholar had learned a variety of things. He was skeptical about the yin and yang divination Taoism, but he did not dare to underestimate it. He opened his eyes widely and only saw the young Taoist show a good swordsmanship. After that, there was no movement. Lu Wenbao was very disappointed. Li Yufu frowned and approached the pagoda tree. He bent his right thumb and cut his index finger. The blood kept flowing. He drew a talisman on the tree trunk and patted it gently. The talisman disappeared. Li Yufu's expression did not relax, but became more dignified. After thinking for a while, he crossed his palms. The left thumb was curled in the palm, and the other 9 fingers were exposed. Su Fengnian was a layman when it came to Taoism talismans. Xianyuan Qingfeng, who was behind him, said calmly, "This Taoist is using the Tai lion spell. It is said that Lord Tai's mount is a 9-headed lion, so there is this spell. Previously, he was using the exorcism skill, while the lion spell is the skill of inviting the god. If the Taoist, immortal of Dragon Tiger Mountain, wanted to do it in one go, it would take half an hour. This shows that this Taoist is not weak. Why is he so submissive in front of you? Is he really the current Wudong sect leader?" Su Fengnian ignored him. Li Yufu, who was very good-tempered, seemed to have found a clue after probing and realized the truth. He was angry for the first time. He is obviously orthodox, but he uses the unorthodox way. Li Yufu waved his sleeves, and the peach-wood sword under his feet rose from the ground. He flew toward the imperial palace. His hands made an obscure spell that even Xianyuan Qingfeng did not recognize. He looked solemn and said in a low voice, "Li Yufu, the 36th sect leader of Wudang, welcomes Xunwu." After the 3 main halls of the imperial palace, there was Xunwu. The majestic statue was 3 stories high. Xunwu, the great emperor, guarded the north and ruled the black tortoise. He was wearing golden armor and holding a sword, stepping on turtles and snakes. Since Li Yufu rushed to Earth Lung Mountain to fight the evil dragon, the statue of Xunwu no longer shook. Prime Minister Qingci Zhao Danping, who had been guarding here, was also free. He did not have to wait here all day and worry about the statue collapsing. At this time, Zhao Danping was following His Majesty to the statue of Xunwu the Great Emperor. Besides this great celestial master, there was also Bai Yu, an outsider of the celestial master residence, who was given to Mr. White Lotus by the emperor. There was also Zhao Ningxin, a young Taoist with the surname Ning, who often got lost in Dragon Tiger Mountain. He blocked the sword of the peach blossom sword god Dong Tai when he climbed the mountain. It was also Zhao Ningxin who wrote the Laozi's Beard Scripture, which slandered Buddhism and created a trend for the imperial court to destroy Buddhism. The group of people did not look mighty, but their momentum was unparalleled. The emperor of the Zhao family, the 3 great celestial masters of Dragon Tiger Mountain, Sun Tonglu, who was already the head eunuch of the Ceremony Directorate and the Internal Officials Directorate, and several people who were in their 30s. The new crown prince, Zhao Xuan, was also among them. He was asking Mr. White Lotus for advice on cultivation. There was a debate between Buddhism and Taoism just now. The emperor of the Zhao family did not take sides. He just listened quietly and did not say a word. Although it was a debate, the monk with the strange Buddhist name, Ichan, was more like chatting with Bai Yu. If Zhao Xuan did not make the final decision, Zhao Xuan, who had been listening for nearly 4 hours, would have been sleepy. He turned his head several times to yawn. Empress Xiaoji, who was present at that time, saw it and gave him a few fierce glances. Zhao Danping and Zhao Ningxin looked at a certain place in the south of the city almost at the same time. Chapter 758. Mr. White Lotus, who had read too much, squinted his eyes and realized the emergency situation. He glanced at Zhao Ningxian, who he thought highly of. Zhao Ningxian secretly stretched out his hand and quickly pinched his fingers. Zhao Danping did not even try to hide her anger. In the eyes of outsiders, the Taoist master of Longhu Mountain was bursting with righteousness like a heavenly immortal in a thunderous rage. Crown Prince Zhao Zhuan, who had been indifferent to the matter, finally came to his senses and looked around. If the common people saw such a frivolous crown prince, they would be worried about whether the world would be peaceful in the future. The statue of Zhenwu, which had been motionless for a long time, began to shake again. This time, it shook more and more violently than before. Many of the hidden talisman arrays on the ground around the statue were pulled out and destroyed. Sun Tonglu had no time to be rude. He stood in front of the emperor to protect him, fearing that the statue would collapse. Zhao Danping flicked the tail of her white sword that was wrapped around her arm. She leaped forward and stepped on the eye of the array. She tried to stabilize the secret array that she had carefully set up. Unfortunately, she was not strong enough this time. The statue of Zhenwu the Great lost its roots and slowly slid toward the south. Zhao Danping's face was pale. She looked up and saw a peachwood sword flying toward her. The tip of the sword turned toward the south, as if it wanted to follow Zhenwu the Great to the south. The emperor of Zhao family looked normal and said softly, "Master Lu Hao, destroy that sword." The celestial state master who contributed the most in the case of white clothes quietly appeared behind the emperor. Zhao Danping tried her best to suppress the fluctuating formation map. She turned her head and said worriedly, "Your Majesty, don't act rashly on the peach sword that has already entered the formation. Otherwise, the statue may collapse." The emperor was expressionless and just stared at the minister, who was good at writing beautiful poems. Sweat oozed from Zhao Danping's forehead. Crown Prince Zhao Ji chuckled, which was particularly harsh. Zhao Ningxian, who always gave people the impression that he did not care about anything, slowly walked out and blocked the path of the statue. He looked up at the highest god worshipped by the imperial court and asked a ridiculous and childish question. "Who are you going to see?" The statue of Zhenwu the Great Emperor continued to slide to the south. Zhao Danping's footsteps were forcibly dragged to the south. The emperor asked softly, "Mr. White Lotus, can you tell me who Zhenwu is? Isn't he the second son of the Su family who was born with the strength of dragons and elephants?" Bai Yu, who was dressed in plain white hemp clothes and shoes, shook his head and said apologetically, "Old celestial master, Zhao Shituan has always believed so. But Bai Yu doesn't look like it. He thinks it's more like an evil dragon. As for who it is, Bai Yu doesn't have the ability to predict the future, so I really can't guess." "Oh," the emperor said. He was not angry and continued to ask, "Then who could create such a phenomenon?" Bai Yu smiled and said, "Bai Yu knows about this." Looking at the style of the peachwood sword, it's ancestor Lu's sword that has been passed down from generation to generation by the Wudong Taoists. When I was young, I admired ancestor Lu's sword immortal style and personally carved one. However, due to my limited talent, I was unable to practice the sword. If I'm not mistaken, this Qi refinement warrior of Wudong should be Li Yufu, the new leader of Zhanlong at Earth Lung Mountain. The emperor's face darkened. "It's fine if this Taoist doesn't meet me in the capital. After all, Wudong has an ancestral rule of not entering the palace since ancient times. But Heng Shixiang broke into the city because of his strength, and this person was rude and disrespectful. Does he really think that my great peace city is a brothel? Does he think that he can come and go as he pleases, just because he has some family background?" Bai Yu laughed it off and did not elaborate. Even though he was half blind, he was still one of the most discerning people in the world. Senior Zhao Danping of the Celestial Master Residence worked together with a large group of qi cultivators from the Imperial Astronomer. They used the Dragon Claw locust tree from Maui as bait and the statue of Zhenwu as a catalyst. They tried to suppress the crown prince of the Northern Liang during his temporary stay in the hostel. They also tried to exhaust his fate as if they were using a millstone to crush him to death. Bai Yu did not dislike this kind of emperor's hegemony, but he did not admire it either. He wanted to stay out of it. The art of war advocated the balance between the strange and the proper. This was the first strange, which was relatively hidden and obscure. The remaining one was obvious at a glance. Between the relationship between Wudong Mountain and Bailiang, if Wudong was tactful and took the opportunity to curry favor with the imperial court, then Bailiang, which was already revered as a Buddha, would completely lose the support of Taoism and become more isolated and helpless. The imperial court made an exception to promote the people who betrayed Bailiang in order to make the Su family a loner. As long as Su Shao died, Su Fengnian, who had inherited the title of king of Bailiang, could only use 300,000 cavalry to fill the hole in the northwest gate. He could not do anything else. Bai Yu sighed. It was a pity that Wudong Mountain was still stubborn and did not want to do any superficial work. It was no wonder that they had declined to this extent and could not compete with the rising Longhu Mountain. First, it was the battle between two Zen temples and Longhu Mountain. Wudong Mountain fought Longhu Mountain. This was the battle for the ancestral court of Taoism. Even if they won this battle, they would lose the entire temple. Wudong Mountain would lose too much if they won. Bai Yu shouted to Zhao Ningxin, "Ningxin, come back!" Zhao Ningxin hesitated for a moment and finally walked sideways to the south route of the statue of Zhenwu, Great Emperor. While speaking, Bai Yu quietly waved his hand. Most of the others were paying attention to Zhao Ningxin's actions, but only Zhao Danping noticed Bai Yu's gesture. He gritted his teeth and removed the defense of the array. Outside the Moe post house, Su Fengnian asked with a smile, "Someone did something to the dragon-clawed locust tree. Do they have bad intentions against me?" Li Yufu nodded with a dignified expression. Su Fengnian asked, "Is it related to fate?" Li Yufu still nodded. Su Fengnian, whose fortune was as white as a piece of paper, almost burst into laughter. He held back his laughter and said, "All right, don't piss off those Zhao family people. Just focus on your 100,000 miles journey. You don't need to care about these dirty things. Take back the Peachwood sword and leave the capital." Li Yufu blushed and said, "The Peachwood sword is in the array. It's hard to take it back." At the end of the long street outside the post house, a middle-aged swordsman in a green robe appeared. He carried a sword on his back. Walking slowly, his face was simple like an ancient necromancer. He bowed to the new chief of Wudong Mountain. Li Yufu hurriedly returned the bow and said respectfully, "Greetings, Uncle Wang." Wang Xiaoping, who had been cultivating his sword for 20 years. Wang Xiaoping was unhappy. Obviously, he was not happy that the young chief was involved in the battle of the dynasty. Li Yufu was simple, but he was not stupid. He was embarrassed at the moment. Su Fengnian did not expect Wang Xiaoping, the best swordsman of Wudong Mountain, to appear in the Maui post. Li Yufu explained, "Uncle Wang left his last words. When your highness enters the capital, Brother Wang will enter the world." Wang Xiaoping took off the talisman sword, Shenshu, and threw it to Su Fengnian. He said in a hoarse voice, "Both brother and brother have said that they will see you in the capital." Su Fengnian took the famous sword. He did not have time to guess why Wang Xiaoping was willing to speak. He asked in surprise, "What can I do with the Shenshu?" Since Wang Xiaoping spoke, did it mean that his swordsmanship had reached the Deshang level? But the most famous mute in Jianghu was a man of few words and did not speak anymore. Li Yufu scratched his head and said, "Uncle Wang once said that I can see Zhenwu, and Zhenwu can see me. Su Fengnian was even more confused. Suddenly, the shenshu in his hand trembled, like Zhenwu the Great Emperor's urgent order. For some reason, Su Fengnian turned his head and looked to the north. He said softly, "Sword, come." Li Yufu's peach-wood sword flew to the south and returned to the scabbard. Su Fengnian said in his heart, "Sword, go." The shenshu flew to the north and returned to the hand of the statue of Zhenwu the Great Emperor. Wang Xiaoping, who was conceded as a genius in swordsmanship, bowed respectfully to the white-haired young man. Even Li Yufu, who was talented, had tears in his eyes at this time. Zhenwu had not been seen on Wudong Mountain for 800 years. Zhenwu finally saw me today. Chapter 759. The next chapter will probably be after 5 o'clock. Li Yufu had left the capital as fast as he could, away from the troublesome place. Wang Xiaoping, the sword maniac without shenshu, stayed in the courier station. He would probably be cursed for being an accomplice to evil in the future. Wang Xiaoping entered a side room and closed the door, refusing to see anyone. Then the little monk, Bei Nan, hurriedly ran to the dismount way. He scratched his bald head when he saw his Royal Highness' miserable state. Su Fengnian didn't say much about his dangerous quarrel in the palace. They agreed to leave the capital together and go to the two Zen temples. Unexpectedly, the little monk shook his head and said, "Master asked me to go with His Highness to Beiliang and teach him the method of epiphany." Su Fengnian asked in surprise, "If you didn't go to the capital to meet the emperor, it would be fine. But if you go to Beiliang with me, as soon as you leave the capital, wouldn't it be tantamount to declaring that the two Zen temples have completely fallen out with the imperial court? Aren't you afraid that the imperial court will close the main gate of the two Zen temples in anger?" Miss Li Zi didn't want to deal with these things. She was focused on making snowmen in the courtyard. After the snow in the backyard was used up, she had asked Su Fengnian to go to the outer courtyard and even the streets to shovel the snow and put it in baskets back to the courtyard. She had already made 30 snowmen of different sizes. It was a magnificent sight. Bei Nan grinned. Master said it's okay to close the temple. The monks in the temple won't starve to death anyway. It's only natural that we feel full and warm. Only when we suffer will we be sincere. Su Fengnian said helplessly, "Your master is very open-minded." Bei Nan looked worried. "I'm afraid I can't explain master's epiphany well." Su Fengnian was bored to death on the rattan chair. He said with a casual expression, "Bei Nan, why don't you and Li Zi not go to Beiliang? Or when I miss you, I'll invite you to Beiliang as guests." Miss Li Zi had already used up all the accumulated snow and successfully made the last snowman. She patted her frozen red hands and walked over. When she heard this, she was stunned. She wanted to refute aggressively, but then she thought of something. She was so scared that her face turned pale and she hesitated. Apparently, she had remembered the nightmare of the stupid Nanbei, who had left after becoming a Buddha. Su Fengnian said calmly, "I believe in fate. I'd rather believe in it than not. But believing in it doesn't mean that I have to accept my fate. I don't care what your master, Li Zi's father, thinks. If you dare to go to Beiliang, I can tie you up and throw you to the South Sea or the East Sea. Beiliang is indeed the easiest place to spread the enlightenment of the Dharma, but you also said that one's heart is more sincere when one is suffering. Then go to a place other than Beiliang to suffer. Beiliang, we will not open this door to you for the time being." Apart from talking about the Dharma, the little monk Nanbei, who was stupid in everything else, was suddenly in a dilemma. Su Fengnian did not give them a chance to think. He continued to say mercilessly, "You should leave the capital immediately so that you won't be implicated by me." Miss Li Zi's eyes were red, and she bit her lips. Su Fengnian said with a straight face. Don't you understand the order to leave? Miss Li Zi said with a crying voice. I haven't seen you for a while, and your hair has turned white. What if you die next time? I only have 2 friends, you and Wenhua. What do you want me to do if I can't find Wenhua? Su Fengnian wanted to say something, but stopped. The stupid Nanbei put his palms together and walked to east and west. Su Fengnian closed his eyes and said softly, You can go through Shishu and enter Nanzhao. You can go all the way to the South Sea. The road is difficult, but it's relatively safe. Miss Li Zi had just grown up and turned from a girl to a woman. This time, she did not act coquettishly or pester him. She turned her head and wiped her tears. She sniffled and said softly, Then I'm leaving. Su Fengnian kept his eyes closed and his heart of stone. She finally moved to the door of the backyard. She turned her head and said, I'm really leaving. Su Fengnian was indifferent. Xianyuan Qingfeng quietly rolled his eyes. After a while, Xianyuan Qingfeng did not know whether to laugh or cry. A small head poked out of the door, with tears in his eyes. Then, a bald head also sneakily poked out. Su Fengnian stood up abruptly, and his 2 heads went back into hiding. Su Fengnian stepped over the threshold. Seeing her back to him, he walked over and twisted her ear. He turned her around and lowered his head with a gentle smile. In the past, it was always me who gave you gifts. This time, when you go to the South Sea with Nanbei, remember to help me pick out a few gifts. When we meet in the future, I'll ask you for them. I'm tacky. I'll give you the most expensive gifts. Miss Li Zi lowered her head and said, Oh. Su Fengnian turned to monk Nanbei and said with a smile, Then I'll leave this sister to you. Take good care of her. Remember, 10,000 pounds of rouge and face powder can't compare to a living person. Monk Nanbei nodded. After seeing them off at the entrance of the Xiama Wei post house, Su Fengnian only waved his hand and turned around, leaving behind a crying young girl and a young monk who was at a loss of what to do. Back in the yard, Su Fengnian squatted in front of a knee-high snowman. He was lost in thought. His second sister, Su Weisheng, had been strange since she was young. When she was young, she had once carved the words banishment to 3,000 miles on the back of Jinwu the Great Emperor's statue on Mount Wudong. At that time, the Taoist priests on Mount Wudong treated her as a child and acted without restraint. Now that he thought about it, it could be said that the prophecy had come true. Xianyuan Qingfeng asked, You're the reincarnation of Jinwu the Great Emperor? Su Fengnian said indifferently, None of the people around me have good karma. My mother lost the land sword immortal. My eldest sister's life was full of misfortune. My second sister almost died of plum wine. My master Li Yishan died of illness. And my younger brother might enter the finger mystery realm for me. Aren't you afraid? Xianyuan Qingfeng laughed from the bottom of his heart like a madman. The word miserable doesn't even begin to describe it. I'm so happy that I'm about to die. Su Fengnian exhaled heavily. He didn't care about the crazy woman's gloating. He stood up and said, Let's go home. The world's #1 talisman sword, Shen Tu, returned to Jinwu the Great Emperor. Zhao Donping's expression was uncertain. She silently calculated the heavenly secrets, but she couldn't even find a clue. Mr. White Lotus sucked in a breath of cold air and said in a questioning tone, Sword maniac Wang Xiaoping. Sun Tonglu and the other workers subconsciously lowered their heads and looked at their feet. They didn't dare to take another look at this scene, which they didn't know if it was a bad omen or an auspicious sign. Zhao Ningxin, whose face resembled an ancestor of Mount Longhu, stood there in a daze, muttering and shaking his head. After Mount Longhu suppressed Wudong, purple and gold lotuses bloomed in the dragon pond. Mount Longhu's Taoist masters were also full of talents, and there was a tradition that the surname Zhao and the surname Zhao complemented each other. After Qi Xuanzhen slew the demon, Qi Xianxia, who wielded a horsetail whisk as a sword, became famous in Jianghu. He was said to have the potential to become one of the top swordsmen of the generation. His name was Ji Miao. Qi Xianxia was indeed chivalrous and had the air of an immortal. In addition, the four great celestial masters with the surname Zhao were still alive. Zhao Danping was in the capital, and the junior Zhao Ningxian had appeared out of nowhere. Moreover, with Mr. White Lotus's assistance, Mount Longhu's luck could be said to be quite prosperous. However, although they looked good, the celestial master's residence was worried. There weren't many lotuses left in the dragon pond, and they were still showing signs of withering. This puzzled the celestial master's residence. His Majesty calmly said to Zhao Danping, "Celestial Master Zhao, go to the imperial astronomer." Zhao Danping accepted the order and hurriedly left. Chapter 760. Even though Zhao Zhuan had become the crown prince, he still had the same carefree attitude as when he was a refined prince. The emperor turned his head and smiled. "Zhuan, take Mr. White Lotus and Attentive Spirit to walk around. If there's anything wrong, write a report to me later. Remember, don't ask anyone to write it for you." Zhuan nodded bitterly. As the crown prince and the two Taoist priests strolled around the palace aimlessly, Zhao Zhuan suddenly smiled and asked, "Mr. White Lotus, what if the eldest son of the Su family is the Zhenwu Great Emperor? Wouldn't that be troublesome?" Bai Yu chuckled and said, "Be an immortal in heaven and a human on earth. If that's the case, it's fine. 800 years ago, the Emperor of Great Qin reincarnated as the Zhenwu Great Emperor, but he still couldn't unify Beimeng. He could only pass away with regret like a mortal." Zhuan asked a very sharp question. "Master, the world envies immortals for their immortality. In the past dynasties, there have been emperors begging for alchemists to refine pills or visit immortals, but none of them are immortal. There hasn't even been an emperor who lived past 100 years. Since Mount Longhu is the ancestral court of Taoism, has there ever been a senior Taoist master who truly achieved immortality? I don't really believe in the Taoist scriptures about ascension. Do you believe it, Mr. White Lotus?" According to the laws of the Liyang sect, the crown prince could call himself Gu. Mr. White Lotus laughed and said, "Bai Yu was brought to Mount Longhu by my master when he was young. He once asked him if there were immortals in the world. I'll only repeat what my master said. He said that Taoists seek the great Tao when they cultivate, just like those herbalists who go up the mountain to gather herbs. Some people are lazy, but sometimes they're destined. They go into the mountain to gather rare herbs and return with a full load. There's Hong Shixiang in Wudong, and Mount Longhu where Bai Yu is from. But most people are rewarded by the heavenly Tao. Sometimes it doesn't, but they still gain something in the end. The four Taoist masters are like that. They become living immortals in the eyes of the outside world, and are only a step away from becoming Taoist masters. Even more people returned empty-handed. However, if they frequently climbed the mountain, not to mention picking herbs, they would be able to look at the mountain scenery and broaden their horizons. They would feel relaxed and happy. If they walked the difficult mountain paths that they rarely walked, they could also train their bodies and prolong their lives. In the previous dynasty, there were indeed many lousy alchemists who used the art of immortality to charm the emperor and confuse the imperial court. To Bai Yu, this was harmful, and the people of the future should be aware of it. However, Mount Longhu's inner core cultivation method did not use the word immortality to confuse the masses. Regardless of whether it was the emperor, ministers, or commoners, they could all learn it. That's why when His Majesty first summoned me to the capital, he asked me with a smile like the crown prince did, whether there was a carefree immortal or a supreme art of immortality. I said no. In fact, Bai was a cultivator and naturally believed in the existence of immortality. The emperor's duty was not to seek the heavenly blessings, but to seek the peace of the world. The art of immortality was against the will of the heavens. The emperor was called the Son of Heaven because he was blessed by the heavens. Therefore, to achieve immortality was extremely difficult and was not favored by the heavens. The movement of the stars, the flow of the rivers, the imperial court, life and death all followed the two words, etiquette. In the current dynasty, Confucianism was ranked higher than Taoism because of its benevolence and righteousness. It was indeed the best medicine to govern a country. However, there was no medicine in the world that could cure all diseases. Taoism's calmness was another medicine. The Buddhism of the Central Plains was also another medicine. His Majesty did not destroy the true Buddhas, but the fake Buddhas. Was it not for the sake of allowing the crown prince to pardon the Buddhists when he ascends the throne? Good medicine is bitter, but His Majesty's heart is also bitter. The crown prince hides his strength and bides his time. His Majesty understands the essence of Huang Lao, but you must be considerate. Crown Prince Zhao Zhuan had been absent-minded when he was listening to the debate between Buddhism and Taoism. Now that Bai was speaking, he was completely focused, not missing a single word. He looked around and saw that there was no one around. He said softly, "Father sees Prime Minister Qingxi Zhao damping as a performer, but I do not dare to treat Mr. White Lotus like that. I hope that Mr. White Lotus can enter the court and become an official. You do not seek immortality, but the good fortune of the people." His Majesty. Naturally, it was when he, Zhao Zhuan, ascended the throne. Bai smiled faintly, not saying anything. Zhao Zhuan also smiled knowingly. Zhao Ningxin was still daydreaming, turning a deaf ear to the conversation between the crown prince and Mr. White Lotus. Zhao Zhuan led the two Taoists to the imperial astronomer and left. Mr. White Lotus looked at the extraordinarily tall building of the imperial astronomer and asked softly, "Have you calculated it?" Zhao Ningxin nodded and said, "It is Su Fengnian without a doubt." Bai was neither surprised nor happy. Instead, he looked a little sad and muttered to himself, "No wonder the first Taoist master of Mount Longhu appeared in the spirit dragon pool and left a prophecy of a horse trampling on dragons and tigers." However, even the kings of the human world do not meet the king. Liyang is the gathering of the three talents of heaven, earth, and man. No wonder Su Fengnian is so miserable among the people you care about. Has any one of them ever achieved a perfect ending? Bai sighed and patted the shoulder of the young Taoist beside him. Solitary hidden Zhao Huangchao can even raise an evil dragon in the Earth Lung Mountain. I don't believe that you and I can't do it. 50 miles away from the capital city, there was a small town. Back when the Liang dynasty pacified the Central Plains, they took in all kinds of rich men and craftsmen. Before the city was expanded, most of the people could only stay outside the city. After a long time, the place was taken over by other forces. This hidden dragon town was not far from the capital city. It was quite prosperous. It was surrounded by mountains and rivers. Some of the mansions in good areas were still occupied by the nobles in the capital city. They were used for strolling in spring, avoiding heat, and enjoying the snow in autumn. In a quiet inn in the hidden dragon town, an old man with a head full of silver hair came. He was not extravagant, but his aura was extraordinary. The shopkeeper and waiters were all intimidated by him. Usually, when the old man in gray sat alone to eat and drink, no one dared to approach him. Then, another pair of guests came and sat at the same table as the old man in gray. The woman was as beautiful as a fairy. She carried a slender and beautiful red sandalwood sword box on her back. She was like a beauty who walked out of a painting. Unfortunately, she had a fierce aura that kept people away. The middle-aged Confucian scholar, who looked like a servant, had white hair. He sat opposite the old man in the conference. The old man in gray said calmly, "Chao Chongqing, you have crossed the threshold of celestial phenomenon and become a Confucian saint. Are you here to show off? Or are you here to stop me from killing Su Fengnian?" The Confucian saint smiled calmly. "Coincidentally, I was waiting for Su Fengnian to return something. I just wanted to catch up with you on the way. I won't interfere with the grudges between the two of you." Han Jiaoxi, whose head was full of snow, glanced at the princess of West Chu, Jiangxi. He retracted his gaze. "Although I, Han Jiaoxi, am a eunuch, I know that His Majesty will not mistreat the people of the world. Although you, Chao Chongqing, are not selfish, you are harming the world for the sake of the country. Restore the country? Even if you are a land immortal, can you really restore it?" Chao Chongqing shook his head and said, "You don't know anything about human affairs." Han Jiaoxi sneered. He stood up and said ferociously, "Tell Su Fengnian that we will have a life and death battle between us within 500 miles and 1,000 miles. Chao Chongqing did not say anything. Han Jiaoxi threw a bag of silver on the table and walked out of the inn. Chao Chongqing looked at the princess. She said calmly, "He can only be killed by me." Chao Chongqing felt a headache. Han Jiaoxi may not be able to kill Su Fengnian. The young woman, who was riding a sword like a fairy, said calmly, "I mean what I say." Chao Chongqing, who was a Confucian saint who could even block Gu Jiantang's thunder of mind, could do nothing about it. Chapter 761. 3 chapters, 11,000 words, have been uploaded. These are not included in today's update, so there is one more chapter tonight. Before the 6 vassal kings and the new kings left the capital, 2 carriages left Great Peace City quietly. The coachmen were Bluebird and the young death warrior Wu. Lu Wenbao had finally succeeded. The old Confucian who had endured the cold for several days was finally able to sit in the carriage. Facing him was that sword maniac Wang Xiaoping. Lu Wenbao had originally wanted to ask this Jianghu master, who was known as the #1 swordsman on Wudong Mountain, for advice on how to maintain one's health. But when he saw Wang Xiaoping's lifeless appearance, he gave up on the idea. He didn't want to annoy this Zhenren and be mistaken by the crown prince of Bailiang that he was trying to climb up the ranks. The appetite of officialdom was too big. Not being content was a big taboo. Lu Wenbao had been poor for most of his life. He had never eaten pork, but he had seen pigs run. After waiting for so long and seeing the moon, not only did he not become arrogant, he only dared to cherish his fortune and fate. Leaving the city gate of Great Peace City, Lu Wenbao lifted the curtain and poked his head out to look back. His expression was complicated. It would be a lie to say that he didn't regret not being able to become a proper official of the temple, but to be able to display his tyrannical skills in Bailiang, the northwest gate of the dynasty. That little bit of regret was nothing. Lu Wenbao put down the curtain. His old face bloomed with a bright smile. He fiercely rubbed his face until it was burning and painful. Leaning against the wall of the carriage, he said to himself, "Before the flowers bloom in Bailiang, can I, Lu Wenbao, have my own carriage? Ha, that's all we can hope for." The size of the official's hat, whether he's in the mainstream or not, we don't even need to think about it. It's fine as long as he's an official. In the front carriage, Su Fengnian and Xianyuan Qingfeng were sitting cross-legged facing each other. Between them was a rowanwood chessboard that Tong Ziliang had bought for them. The pieces were brand new. Nowadays, those who revered the past and devalued the present had no face to take it out for guests if they didn't have a chessboard that had been used by national chess masters. Therefore, even though this chessboard was both beautiful and made good, it wasn't expensive. Xianyuan Qingfeng was only an amateur to chess. Fortunately, Su Fengnian also placed his pieces randomly and managed to match his opponent. Otherwise, given Xianyuan Qingfeng's stubbornness and competitiveness, he wouldn't be in the mood to play chess with Su Fengnian. Xianyuan Qingfeng's chess skills were mediocre, but he excelled in his intelligence and persistence. Every time he placed a piece, he would be calculative and calculate over and over again. Now that he had reached a bottleneck, he wasn't in a hurry to place a piece. He held a round black piece between his fingers and looked at the chessboard. If Mount Hui crosses the bottom line of the imperial court one day and is surrounded by the purge army, will you abandon me? Su Fengnian leaned against the wall of the carriage and placed one hand on the cold box of chess pieces. You won't believe me even if I say I won't. Xianyuan Qingfeng's thoughts were like antelope horns. You're really good to that, Miss Li. This is the first time I've seen you treat an outsider like this. Su Fengnian teased. Jealous? Chapter 762. Xianyuan Qingfeng raised his head and glanced at him coldly. She was such a mean woman that no one liked her. Su Fengnian quietly waited for her to make her move. He said slowly, "Don't you find it strange that Su Xiao could make it this far? My master once said that when Su Xiao joined the army early on in the Tuliao, he had no choice but to do so. He fought the hardest and earned the least amount of military merit. Most of the merit was given to the generals above him. My master once said that when Su Xiao was a miscellaneous lieutenant, he had less than 1,000 men under his command. He fought the hardest and earned the least amount of military merit. Most of the merit was given to the generals above him. My master once said that when Su Xiao was a miscellaneous lieutenant, he had less than 1,000 men under his command. He fought the hardest and earned the least amount of military merit. Most of the merit was given to the generals above him while they watched the show. My master once said that when Su Xiao was a miscellaneous lieutenant, he had less than 1,000 men under his command. He fought the hardest and earned the least amount of military merit. Most of the merit was given to the generals above him. My master once said that when Su Xiao was a miscellaneous lieutenant, he had less than 1,000 men under his command. He fought the hardest and earned the least amount of military merit. Most of the merit was given to the generals above him while they watched the show. My master once said that when Su Xiao was a miscellaneous lieutenant, he had less than 1,000 men under his command. He fought the hardest and earned the least amount of military merit. Most of the merit was given to the generals above him while they watched the show. My master once said that when Su Xiao was a miscellaneous lieutenant, he had less than 1,000 men under his command. He fought the hardest and earned the least amount of military merit. Most of the merit was given to the generals above him while they watched the show. My master once said that when Su Xiao was a miscellaneous lieutenant, he had less than 1,000 men under his command. He fought the hardest and earned the least amount of military merit. Most of the merit was given to the generals above him while they watched the show. My master once said that when Su Xiao was a miscellaneous lieutenant, he had less than 1,000 men under his command. He fought the hardest and earned the least amount of military merit. Most of the merit was given to the generals above him while they watched the show. My master once said that when Su Xiao was a miscellaneous lieutenant, he had less than 1,000 men under his command. He fought the hardest and earned the least amount of military merit. Most of the merit was given to the generals above him while they watched the show. My master once said that when Su Xiao was a miscellaneous lieutenant, he only had less than 1,000 men under his command. And After Su Xiao got older, he liked to talk to me about his past. He talked about how he was handsome and elegant when he was young, how many girls liked him, how he pulled a big bow and killed a fierce tiger. I didn't really believe these things, but he said that he was used to washing his face with snow, that he could taste fish from grass and tree bark, and that when he woke up, he always felt like he could see the souls of the dead. I believed him. In the past, I always used the phrase, "a real man doesn't talk about his past glory," to rebuke him. For some reason, now I really want to hear him talk about his past. Xianyuan Qingfeng thought about how to place a chess piece, but his arm remained suspended in the air. Su Fengnian said self-deprecatingly, "Now everyone in Beiliang knows that I once went to Beimang alone and accomplished several great things. Actually, there were many times I was scared to death over there. When I met Tuoba Chunsun, who was accompanied by 2 great demons, I almost thought I was dead. When I met Luo Yang, who was practically the ruler of the entire world, I also thought I almost died in the Great Qin Dynasty's imperial mausoleum. In the Ruren Mountains, I faced the 5th raccoon of Mount Bubeng, which was slightly better. I used to wonder how Su Xiao could become the king of Beiliang. It was only after my 3 travels that I began to understand that being a man is actually just walking with your head down. Who knows, one day you might be able to raise your head and touch the sky." Su Fengnian stretched out his hand, indicating for the confident Mount Insignia Mountain Chieftain to continue playing chess. "I'm embarrassed to say these words to others, but you're different. In the end, we're the same kind of people, so I know that you'll definitely let it go in one ear and out the other." After Xianyuan Qingfeng placed a chess piece, he looked at the chessboard and felt some regret. Su Fengnian laughed. "If you want to take back a chess piece, then take it back. That Su Xiao, that stinking chess piece, didn't take back 10 or 20 moves when playing chess with me. That can't even be called chess. Xianyuan Qingfeng really did pick up that white piece and conveniently picked up a few black pieces as well. The originally deadlocked chess game immediately tipped to one side. Su Fengnian couldn't help but laugh. Xianyuan Qingfeng asked, "What are you laughing at?" Su Fengnian laughed generously. "I was thinking that in the future, when you become the unprecedented female Wuling Alliance chief, there will definitely be several young and outstanding Jianghu talents who will fall in love with you and be willing to pledge their lives to you. Then I was thinking that even though I'm not a member of the Jianghu, I'm actually able to sit in the same carriage and play chess with you. Moreover, you're taking back a chess piece without any sense of propriety. I found it very interesting." Xianyuan Qingfeng laughed coldly. "Boring." Su Fengnian shook his head. "That's not right." Xianyuan Qingfeng turned hostile as soon as he said so. Without rhyme or reason, he asked with an angry expression, "Is it the words or the face?" Su Fengnian laughed heartily. "You finally remember how I secretly mocked you back then?" When they first met, Su Fengnian had once said that Xianyuan Qingfeng's appearance was not right. Xianyuan Qingfeng raised 2 fingers, holding a chess piece between them. From the looks of it, he was going to reward Su Fengnian with a Xian finger if they didn't agree. Su Fengnian's expression was casual. "But to tell you the truth, if you had even half of your charm and bearing back then, I guarantee that I wouldn't have said those words. The first time I wandered the Jianghu, my mind was filled with the image of a beautiful female hero falling from the sky, falling in love with me at first sight, and then walking the Jianghu with me. I felt that it was a very honorable thing, and it angered those young Jianghu heroes to death. Now, thanks to your good fortune, I fulfilled one of my wishes." Xianyuan Qingfeng's expression was strange. "How can someone like you fake the Xian finger and celestial phenomenon?" Su Fengnian placed down a chess piece, reversing the situation a bit. He lowered his head and said, "I'm reminding you not to open my scars." Before Xianyuan Qingfeng placed down a chess piece, he picked up a few more black pieces. Su Fengnian raised his head and glared at him. Xianyuan Qingfeng, aren't you bored? Xianyuan Qingfeng's expression was one of righteousness, making Su Fengnian, who knew that reasoning with her was pointless, feel extremely sullen. Then he kept retracting his chess pieces and placing them down. After leaving the Maowei post in, Xianyuan Qingfeng, who had hung the imperial jade seal of West Chu on his wrist when he entered the carriage, instantly exploded with yin qi. Su Fengnian was well aware. He turned around and lifted the curtain, seeing a Confucian dressed in blue standing far away on a secluded road. Shifting his gaze slightly, he saw a field of white snow. A woman was squatting in the snow. She had probably built a snowman out of childishness. Su Fengnian didn't get off the carriage. He took the imperial jade seal from Xianyuan Qingfeng's hand and gently tossed it back to its owner. The carriage brushed past the Confucian sage, Chao Chongqing, who had carefully placed the imperial jade seal in his sleeve, said in a warm voice, "Han Jiaoxi has declared that he will meet you within 1,000 li, 500 li away. He will fight to the death." Xianyuan Qingfeng looked at the guy who unexpectedly didn't get off the carriage. "You won't even see him once? If it's really as Li Yufu said, we'll forget each other in the martial world." Su Fengnian didn't say anything. Xianyuan Qingfeng clicked his tongue a few times. "That subjugated princess even wanted to kill. Some of it was towards you, but most likely towards me." Su Fengnian cleaned up the mess and put the 90-odd black and white pieces back into the box. Xianyuan Qingfeng smiled and asked, "Have you ever thought about what you would do if West Chu were to one day revive their country and be defeated like your black pieces? Would you watch helplessly as she ended up like the sword emperor of West Chu, with her sword broken and her body dead? Then you would think about it in your spare time and never tell anyone?" Su Fengnian raised his head and looked at the she-devil. She returned his gaze and stared at him sharply. "You don't dare to think about it." Su Fengnian smiled. Su Fengnian quietly put away the pieces and put down the chessboard. He sat up straight and still. "If that day really comes, I will make sure that the Beimang cavalry can't enter Beiliang. I will take all available Beiliang cavalry and go straight to West Chu. I will let the world know that I can bully Jiang and I, but you can't. I, Su Fengnian, am a man of my word." Chapter 763. The capital was decorated with lanterns and colored banners to welcome the new winter and to congratulate the princes for leaving the capital and becoming vassals. On this day, Dusk was like a woman who had just woken up and wanted to speak, taking off her clothes extremely slowly. A middle-aged man, dressed in luxurious clothes, got off the carriage and stepped on the afterglow as he slowly walked into the restaurant. Inside the restaurant, there was not a single self-proclaimed glutton. They were all blocked by the wooden sign outside the door, and had come in high spirits only to return in disappointment. Fortunately, everyone in the capital knew that the proprietress of the Jiu restaurant was even more arrogant than the royal family, so they were used to it. The diners who came to the street around the same time as the man saw that someone had actually entered the restaurant and wanted to follow in to try their luck. In the end, they were blocked by a few retainers holding the hilts of their knives. After catching a glimpse of the retainers' scabbards wrapped in golden silk thread, they were scared into silence and immediately retreated. The pretty widow, surnamed Hong, slowly lifted the curtain. The mutton hot pot was already steaming. She only carried some secret seasoning bowls and plates and placed them on the table. The man raised his left hand and gestured for the woman to sit down. He then picked up a piece of mutton, but meat with his chopsticks, and put it into the pot. After a while, he did not take his chopsticks back. The woman who had not sat down did her best to restrain her anger and said in a flat tone, "Don't waste the meat." Hearing this, the man took his chopsticks back and slowly dipped them in various exquisite bowls and plates before putting them into his mouth. He nodded. It was indeed a unique flavor. He kept chewing the most authentic mutton hot pot in the capital, but did not open his mouth to speak. The woman just stood there with a straight face. After finishing the mutton but meat in the porcelain plate, which looked very tempting just by looking at the texture, the man put down his chopsticks and finally raised his head to say, "Hong Cho, have you ever thought that in today's world, every place within the reach of the Liang Imperial Court's decree, all the people within the jurisdiction have benefited from Sun Ping without exception? All of this is due to his death, due to me not saving him back then, and due to the guilt I felt towards him after I ascended the throne." The woman who was addressed by the current emperor sneered. "Hong Cho is only a woman with long hair and short knowledge. She doesn't care about the big picture. She only knows that without a man, she can only resent those bastards who killed him. The reason why I didn't pour a few kilograms of arsenic into the pot today is because I know it won't kill you." The emperor retracted his gaze. There was a fragrance in the mist that was not greasy. After a day of hard work, he only felt comfortable after eating a dozen chopsticks. He did not care about the woman's angry words and resentment. He said softly, "Zhao Sui, the prince of Jiaodong, said a few words to him, and I made him lose all his military power." The woman laughed out loud. "You are the son of heaven. Is there anything you don't dare to do?" The emperor smiled and said, "You think too highly of me. There are many things in the world that cannot be done. I do not dare to touch Su Xiao. Su Xiao's son is right in front of my eyes. I still have to endure." She sneered and said, "The person who sits on the dragon throne has the nerve to fight a battle of wits with a child." The emperor waved his hand to wave away the hot air that hit him in the face. He tilted his head and said, "When I was a child, I still had to be on tenterhooks and live with my tail between my legs. The scholars of Great Peace City all complain that it is not easy to live in the capital. I always find it funny because only the imperial palace is not easy in the world. The officials think about whether or not they can live well. In the imperial palace, they think about whether or not they can live. Before I ascended the throne, I told myself that I wouldn't let all my children live like their father. But after I became the emperor, I realized that there was a limit to human power. The Son of Heaven, in the end, is still an ordinary person. Every family has its own difficulties. I am the head of the family, Su Xiao is. And you, Hong Cho, are also half a head. You must have many grievances running this restaurant. For example, you carefully and conscientiously buy the best lamb, the best soup base, and the best seasoning. You think that the price is fair and you get what you pay for. But after the customers eat too much, they will feel that your family's lamb hot pot is just that. They may even curse you behind your back that your wife is black-hearted. Or maybe there is a problem with the relay route to Great Peace City that causes you to run out of goods. When you have to close, they will curse you even more for being unkind. Why is it that other restaurants open every day while your Jiu restaurant thinks that you are the boss? It is hard to guarantee that they will not leave behind some unpleasant words. Putting yourself in other people's shoes is the heart of Buddha. This is the principle, but isn't it a valuable principle because it is easy to say but hard to do? Also, these principles are the most prickly in the world. Many people are not willing to listen to them because if you say it, others cannot do it. It is especially painful. After I became the emperor, I received more direct memorials that Zhu Gua had accumulated over the years than during the great snow of Lidong. Only then did I understand the feeling. Chapter 764. The emperor didn't turn to look at the woman's face. He continued, "Zhao, she doesn't have a woman to talk to, and I know you don't like what she did back then. I don't have any other intentions this time. I just want to tell you on her behalf that what she did was wrong, but if she did it again, she would still make the same choice. But in her heart, she would still feel the same as I did when I knew she was wrong. People are not plants. They all have compassion. I'm not saying this to ask you to forgive Zhaoxi, just like when you first met her. All these years in the palace, the bronze mirror she used was still the one you gave her back then. She remembered clearly that it cost 8 silver coins. The emperor, who was known for his diligence and frugality, stood up and walked to the door with a smile. He stopped and said, "I have to admit one thing. I'm very jealous that Su Xiao was able to talk with the previous emperor and even didn't forget to leave a will before he died. Su Xiao must be killed as soon as possible. First, it's good for the stability of the imperial court. Second, he can see Su Xiao in the underworld earlier. If there really is an Yin Ming Fengdu, they can continue to conquer the underworld together. With Su Xiao's help, he can laugh at the king of hell. Otherwise, without this meritorious general, he won't be at ease. But if Su Xiao's son grows up, you must treat him well. It's a pity that I, as his son, couldn't do the 2 things the old man asked for before he died." Walking out of the restaurant, the emperor didn't rush to get into the carriage. He walked slowly by the frozen river. On the river, there were many naughty children chiseling the ice to catch fish against their parents' orders. The retainers of the imperial court didn't dare to get close. They just followed from afar. Only Lu Hao walked 5 steps away from the emperor. The emperor said casually, "Lu Hao, a group of promising children of the Lu family, have been sent to the capital. Don't worry." Since he had been respectfully addressed as Lu Hao's teacher, the old celestial state master didn't bother to thank the emperor. He just nodded. The emperor stopped and stood by the river. He cupped his hands and said to himself, "Su Xiao, if your son dies before you, I'll give you a perfect title. But if I were to die before you and kill the innocent, Jean would give you such a well-deserved title." The grass withers, the eagle's eyes are sharp, the snow is gone, the horse's hooves are light. On the post-house road, there were 2 carriages heading south at high speed. In the sky, there was a mystical green and white luan piercing through the clouds. He went to the Shangyin Academy. When the melon is ripe, it will fall. If he didn't pick it now, it would be too late. Su Fengnian had always wanted to turn Wutong'an into another spring snow building in Guangling. Although it was not impossible to operate without her, he knew that oil and salt were expensive when he was in charge. Moreover, Su Fengnian did not want the girl who liked to carry the white cat to be looked down upon in Shangyin Academy. At this time, Su Fengnian and Blue Bird were sitting back to back, enjoying the scenery along the way. Wu, the man of sacrifice, was a young man. The 2 carriages were running side by side on the wide road. Blue Bird always gave others an unapproachable appearance, but once they were accepted by her naturally, it could be said that she was very considerate. She made a gesture to the young man. Wu grinned, and the 2 jumped up to exchange carriages. Su Fengnian moved slightly and sat sideways behind the young man. Wu wanted to say something but stopped, so he couldn't swing the whip so smoothly. Su Fengnian smiled and said, "If you have something to say, say it." The young man, who didn't even have a name, asked softly, "Young master, I don't like the woman in purple in the carriage. I hate her from the bottom of my heart." Su Fengnian asked curiously, "Why?" Wu, the young man, was a straightforward person. Since he had opened his mouth, he poured beans out of a bamboo tube. He complained, "Who is this woman? Isn't she just a female bandit from a small mountain? What right does she have to be so arrogant in front of young master? If it were me, I would have kicked her off the carriage. She isn't satisfied at all. Even if she is doing business with young master, she is still taking advantage of you. Why is it that when it comes to you, she becomes a big figure? You make it sound like she is the empress. Young master, It's not that I want to criticize you, but you can't spoil a woman like this. Besides, there is nothing good about her. I have glanced at her a few times, but I didn't see if her buttocks were raised or her breasts were bigger. Only her face is acceptable. But young master, who are you? You are an indomitable spirit. In this world, other than you, who would dare to kill the emperor's son? Young master, don't you think so? Su Fengnian laughed loudly. Where did you learn this flattering skill from? It's a mess. Wu turned around with a face full of resentment. Young master, I am being serious. Su Fengnian retracted most of his smile. He squinted his eyes and looked into the distance. It was a pity that it was not snowing, so there was no beautiful scene of snowflakes. He smiled softly. Actually, it is not just you. No one would like a woman like her. Wu waved his horse whip. That's right. Then, young master, why do you always go along with her? Don't tell me you have really fallen for her. Then I have to say something. Young master, you are blind this time. It is not worth it. Su Fengnian was not afraid that the woman in the carriage would be angry. He leaned his head against the wall. Before last year, there were not many people in the world who liked me. We are all in the same boat. Wu had a confused expression. He knew that young master was making sense, but he did not understand. He only made an "oh" sound and reluctantly accepted it. Su Fengnian joked, many people and things are like a woman who is pregnant for 10 months. You have to wait. You can't rush it. Young man Wu chuckled and said, young master, if you make that woman pregnant and then leave, you'll be able to vent your anger. Su Fengnian used his Beiliang's scabbard to smack the youth's head. You don't know the difference between life and death. She is a female devil at the finger-profound realm. Su Fengnian was a little puzzled. The insignia mountain chieftain in the carriage was unexpectedly not angry. She did not even bother to make a sound. Inside the carriage, the purple-clothed woman was looking at herself in the mirror. It was like the sound of ice being swallowed by water. Chapter 765. It was snowing lightly. This year in the south, there were snowflakes as big as a child's hand that were rarely seen. Under the heavy snow, it was difficult to travel on the courier road. There was still a day's journey to Shangyin Academy. The two carriages traveled at a fast pace. The heavy snow blocked the road. When they arrived at a manor near a lake, they took a detour of few li to find a lodging. Looking at the heavy snow, it seemed like it wouldn't stop for 2 or 3 days. If they didn't stay for one night, they would have to continue their journey. This was because the path from the official courier road to the private residence was particularly bumpy. In fact, with the cultivation of the Zhu Pao otherworldly item and Wang Xiaoping of Wudong, they could easily melt the several feet of snow on the road. However, that would be too shocking. Su Fengnian also didn't want to act so ostentatiously. 5 or 6 li of snow actually took nearly 2 hours to travel. There was a plaque with golden words hanging at the entrance of the manor. Su Fengnian was a knowledgeable person. With one glance, he could tell that this plaque was written by Dong Fu, who wrote the 4th line of the world, the sacrificial text for deer reaping. Yuyan Mountain Manor was a big manor that had produced a father and son Wulin alliance master. Their family had a long history. It was one of the few sects in Jianghu that had dominated Jianghu with the strength of a single family. They cultivated both internally and externally, and were good at qi cultivation and sword forging. Yuyan Mountain Manor's Dragon Rock incense burner was once as famous as the Tangxi sword furnace that forged the Bashiu sword, but the Tangxi sword furnace was now in ruins. Although the Dragon Rock incense burner did not follow in the footsteps of the Dragon Rock incense burner, it was a pity that it had been closed for 20 or 30 years. In the past 60 years, this manor had never produced any outstanding talents. It was only supported by the accumulated kindness of its ancestors. However, within the boundaries of a province, it was still worthy of being called the leader of Jianghu and could not be underestimated. Su Fengyan got off the carriage. The manor was sweeping the snow in front of its door. Even though it was snowing heavily, the manor still had servants diligently sweeping the snow every few hours. This caused the snow on the ground to be thin, which was enough to show its foundation. When the two carriages came to visit the villa under this kind of heaven-defying circumstances, the gatekeeper, who was warming himself with the fireplace in the side room near the gate, hurriedly ran out, for fear of neglecting the guests. Yuyan Mountain Villa had always had a good reputation, and was considerate and meticulous to the servants. After winter, before it snowed, they had already sent out mink hats and thick clothes, as well as an extra bag of silver to keep out the cold. As the gatekeeper of the main gate, Zhang Mu could be considered a small leader, and was also the face of the villa. The quality of his mink hat was exceptionally good, and he was also able to wear a fox fur coat. Even an ordinary official of a county may not have such an imposing manner. Zhang Mu welcomed and sent off people, and had seen many people of the government in the martial arts world. The two carriages were not out of the ordinary, and were the handiwork of a small family. But the men and women really made Zhang Mu, who had trained his fiery eyes, jump in fright. The young man in the lead had white hair, white fur, and white boots. There was a simple blade hanging from his waist, and a pair of red phoenix eyes. He was so handsome that it was out of control. The young master of the villa could already be considered a rare handsome man, but seemed to be inferior to him. Beside the white-haired young man stood the purple-clothed woman, not to mention her appearance, that strange and deep aura. Why was it like the old villa master he had seen when he was young? Why did he feel fear and dread from the bottom of his heart? After just one glance, he did not dare to look anymore. Behind the young man and woman, there was a robust young man, as well as a withered man whose depth could not be determined. There was also an old Confucian scholar who was shivering in the cold and stamping his feet. Zhang Mu muttered in his stomach. They were all unfamiliar faces. Could it be that it was almost the new year, and they had come to the villa to borrow a sword to observe the sword? Yuyan Mountain Villa had a lot of hidden swords, and all of them were extraordinary. Many famous swordsmen in Jianghu liked to borrow swords here to feast their eyes. The current villa master had a generous personality and had friends all over the world. It was fine to observe the sword, but if you met someone who wanted to borrow a sword, you would not be able to return it. This caused the number of hidden swords in the villa to dwindle day by day. The old villa master had passed down more than 90 famous swords, but now there was less than half left. This was because the virtuous madam did not hesitate to quarrel with the villa master several times, and with great difficulty, she sealed a few of the sharpest, peerless swords into the old sword furnace. Otherwise, they would have been ruined by the people of Jianghu. Su Fengyan lightly clasped his fists and said with a little guilt, "It just so happens that the snow is blocking the road, so I am unable to continue south. I am Su Fengyan, and have long heard of the great name of Yuyan Mountain Villa. I have shamelessly come to stay here for a day or two. I hope you can forgive me." Zhang Mu heard the accent of Great Peace City, and did not sound like someone who had deliberately come to ask for a famous sword. He felt relieved. The villa master liked to welcome guests from all over the world. Zhang Mu had been influenced by him, and the servants had also been influenced by him. As long as it was not those so-called swordsmen who liked to fish for compliments and take advantage of others, Zhang Mu was not disgusted. In addition, these people in front of him had an extraordinary aura, and their words and mannerisms did not have the arrogance and conceit of an aristocratic family. Zhang Mu was also a little closer to them. He was hesitating whether to ask them to wait for a moment, so that his subordinates could go and report, but he felt that it was inappropriate for these guests who had come from afar to wait outside in the snow. If they were really the children of aristocratic families, then it would attract unnecessary trouble to Yuyan Mountain Villa. But if he took the initiative to lead them in, and if something happened, then he, as a little gatekeeper, could not afford to be offended. Just as Zhang Mu was in a dilemma, the young master surnamed Su had already smiled and said, "I will trouble Mr. to inform the villa master that I will wait here quietly. If there is any inconvenience, then it is fine." Su Qi was able to see Dong Fu's semi-cursive, so he came in high spirits. Even if he did not enter, he would still leave in high spirits. Zhang Mu did not dare to speculate about the personality of this young master, but he paid attention to the details and was very sensible. Zhang Mu felt comfortable in his heart and respectfully clasped his fists in return. Taking advantage of the situation, he said with a smile, "If I may be so bold as to ask young Master Su to wait for a moment, Zhang Mu will personally go and inform the villa master." Su Fengnian stretched out a hand, indicating that the gatekeeper did not need to pay attention to them. Then he quietly stood in the wind and snow, looking up from afar to admire the golden words, "Yuyan Mountain Villa," on the plaque. It was smooth and full, and deeply understood the realm of neutrality and peace. About the time it took for an incense stick to burn, Zhang Mu trotted out. His pace was quick, light, and not impatient. It was obvious that he was a martial artist who had come to visit, and was not comparable to those people in Jianghu who randomly made up a few sets of skills and called themselves heroes. Behind him was an old man who looked like a housekeeper. After seeing Su Fengnian and the others, he clasped his fists and said in a clear voice, "Young Master Su, please come in. This time, Yuyan Mountain Villa has been disrespectful. I am Zhang Han, and I will lead the way for young master." The house has already set up a stove and warmed up a few pots of yellow wine. Su Fengnian smiled and returned the greeting, "Su Fengnian has disturbed you in advance. Let me first thank you for your kindness in lodging at Yuyan Mountain Villa." The housekeeper hurriedly led the way and waved his hand with a smile. "Young Master Su, there is no need to be so polite. It is just that we have not received you well. I hope young master can speak freely. Although Yuyan Mountain Villa is not an aristocratic family, as long as an important guest comes to visit, we have never been stingy with our hospitality." Chapter 766. Su Fengnian smiled and nodded. The group of people followed Zhang Han over the threshold of the side door. It was reasonable that the main door was not open. A mansion's ceremonial door was not open to just anyone. Just like Bailiang Palace, the number of times the ceremonial door was opened could be counted on one hand. Those who received this honor were all top figures in the Liang dynasty, whether in the light or in the dark. Su Fengnian and the others, who were strangers to Yuyan Mountain Villa, were able to invite the chief steward to personally come out to greet them. This kind of treatment was not shabby. After Su Fengnian passed through the door, he gave a knowing smile. There was a secret unknown to others. Old Huang's sword box contained 6 swords. One of them came from the Dragon Rock incense burner in Yuyan Mountain Villa and was named Agarwood. After passing through seemingly endless corridors and buildings, they finally arrived at a courtyard by the lake. The words Qi Shui were carved on the stone of the courtyard. It was really suitable for the scenery. Even Xianyuan Qingfeng, who was born in a superior family, could not find anything wrong with it. Before entering the courtyard, he also looked back at the snowy dragon jumping lake. Yuyan Mountain Villa was near a mountain and a river. Crouching Tiger Mountain extended into the water like a sleeping tiger resting. Looking into the distance, there was a pavilion built on top of the mountain to admire the lake. In addition to the 2 young maids who took care of the courtyard all year round, Zhang Han also specially brought a few maids who did not work in Qi Shui's courtyard. They were all good-looking. Perhaps they knew that they had brought family members. There were 5 or 6 maids inside and outside the courtyard. They all had a demure and dignified temperament, not the kind who could be seen at a glance. Zhang Han entered the courtyard, but did not enter the room. With a smile, he said to Su Fengnian, "Young Master Su, the manor lord unfortunately has something to do and cannot come to see you immediately. Young Master Su, please forgive him." Su Fengnian shook his head and said, "I should have gone to see the manor lord personally. If the manor lord came personally, I would feel really guilty. Old Mr. Zhang, you only need to tell me when the manor lord is free, and I will go personally to thank him. I did not expect the snow to block the road and delay the schedule. I had no choice but to stay in a hurry. The gift is too light. I am really ashamed." Zhang Han was in a good mood. He laughed and said, "You are a guest. Young Master Su is too polite, too polite." Honestly speaking, Zhang Han was truly infuriated by those dogs-hit pugilistic experts. They might seem carefree, but as soon as they met the manor lord, they would address him as their brother and boast shamelessly. They were so shrewd that even he, the head butler of the manor, felt ashamed of his inferiority. They would stay in the manor for anywhere from a few days to a few months, eating and drinking for free. Their table manners were terrible, and the slightest negligence would cause them to run over to the manor lord and speak sarcastically. There was once a famous swordsman in his 50s who actually dared to humiliate the maidservants of the manor. As for those swordsmen and rangers who came because of the manor lord's reputation, they were all here for the sword hidden in the manor. They were all scheming against the manor lord, and Zhang Han was ultimately just a servant. Even if he hardened his heart to play the role of the villain, he wouldn't be able to achieve anything. Thus, the manor lord was a good person who couldn't bring himself to do such a thing. Zhang Han was ultimately just a servant, and even if he hardened his heart to play the role of the villain, he wouldn't be able to achieve anything. Today, meeting such a polite and tactful young master, Su made Zhang Han feel more at ease. After all, if Yuyan Mountain Manor wanted to make a comeback, they needed those down-to-earth Jianghu friends. The more the better. If the manor lord's father was a disciple of an official with real power, it would be a great blessing to Yuyan Mountain Manor. Zhang Han left quietly. The 5 maids' beautiful eyes rippled. They could not help but take a few more glances at the young master in the fox fur coat. He was really handsome. Moreover, it was not the kind of handsome that was made up of makeup, but filled with a heroic spirit. The 3 outer courtyard maids originally had some complaints. Who would be willing to serve an outsider in this cold weather? After seeing Su Fengnian with their own eyes, they were filled with joy. Their beautiful faces were overflowing with joy. This made the young man Wu secretly happy. I knew that his young master would be popular wherever he went. He could not help but glare at the woman in purple. The latter was keenly aware of the young man of sacrifice's gaze. Their gazes crossed. It was unclear what was going on. At the very least, there was not much killing intent. The young man was stunned for a moment. Did this ghostly woman change her personality? There was no sign of fighting or killing. The small courtyard really had warmed up a few jars of the manor's own superior yellow wine. There was plenty of charcoal in the stove. The door was half open, but it still made people feel warm. Through the courtyard door, one could see the silvery white lake. The courtyard was not big, only 2 entrances. There was enough room, and it did not give people a feeling of desolation. The 2 maids who had been working in Qi Shui's courtyard were busy. In fact, the courtyard was clean, but it was nothing more than a show to let the guests feel the hospitality and goodwill of the manor. The 3 maids who came to visit served the yellow wine, and the guests. Su Fengnian smiled and asked them if they could drink wine. They looked at each other and smiled. After nodding, one of them said that they could only drink about a tael of wine. They did not dare to drink too much. Otherwise, if they were seen by the steward, they would be reprimanded. Su Fengnian asked for a few more wine cups. The guests and the maidservants drank the yellow wine together, and the atmosphere was joyous and harmonious. Sword maniac Wang Xiaoping did not drink. He went into the room and closed the door. Lu Wenbao's nose was red from drinking, and he was mumbling to himself. It was a beautiful poem about drinking, which amused the few servant girls who mistook him for an old accountant. Su Fengnian smiled and asked, before entering the courtyard, "I saw a small boat tied to the lake. Can I go to the lake at this time?" A courageous maid said with a soft voice, reporting to young Master Su, "There are people in the manor who specialize in rowing the boat. As long as I go to inform them, I can go fishing in the lake. I can also warm the wine on the boat, but the snow is too heavy now. If you go fishing on the lake, it will be too cold. You have to wear a thick cotton raincoat." Su Fengnian nodded and said, "Then I'll have to trouble you to bring me a raincoat. There's no need to row the boat." The graceful maid nodded and stood up to leave. Not long after, she swayed her body and returned. Blue Bird stood up to put on the heavy raincoat for the young master. Su Fengnian carried the intricate bamboo hat and a box of refined bait that he had already prepared. He walked out of the courtyard. Aside from Xianyuan Qingfeng, the rest of the group accompanied him to the lake. Su Fengnian stepped onto the boat alone and waved to everyone with a smile. The 5 maids stared blankly at the young master's celestial appearance. They thought that clothes make the man. Even if this young master Su wore a raincoat, he would still look handsome. They did not notice that after the white-haired young man called Su Qi boarded the boat, he did not even move the paddle. The boat gently glided into the lake. Snowy lake, lonely boat, raincoat, fishing alone in the snow. After the maids regained their senses, they did not want to leave for a long time. When they could no longer endure the snow and cold, they reluctantly returned to Qi Shui's courtyard. An hour later, a group of people in white stepped on the water. There were both men and women. They were as graceful as white butterflies and had an otherworldly aura. They floated as if they had ascended to immortality. This group of immortals stepped lightly on the water. They leaped 50 to 60 feet high and flew over the boat, heading straight for Yuyan Mountain Villa. Chapter 767. When the group of immortal-like white-clothed men and women charged towards the lakeside villa, there was a handsome young man standing in the crouching tiger pavilion. There was a famous sword from the Dragon Rock incense burner on his waist, inscribed with the 4 ancient words, "Rootless heavenly water." Coincidentally, he saw the scene of the white butterfly on the lake. He clenched his fists, his body emitting a sinister aura, anger mixed with fear. Everyone said that there were immortals in the ancient times. When they were in seclusion, they ate the clouds and drank the dew, standing aloof from worldly affairs. As long as they appeared in the world, they would be sucked in as clouds and rain and called out as thunder. As the young master of the Yuyan Mountain Villa, the young man standing alone in the pavilion had extremely high vision. Naturally, he would not mistake the group of white-clothed people for immortals. They were just Qi cultivators that had split into 2 factions in the spring and autumn period. The northern faction was led by the imperial astronomer of Great Peace City, north of the Guangling River. They had all become the lackeys of the imperial court, diligently helping the emperor of the Zhao family observe the weather, and had been criticized for a long time. The southern faction was relatively disorganized, led by the White Bottle Guanyin sect of the South Sea. They lived in seclusion on an isolated island overseas. Their conduct was similar to that of a wandering immortal. These dozen or so Qi cultivators, led by a Qi cultivator grandmaster, were undoubtedly people from the high and mighty immortal island. The reason why so many people were mobilized and left the South Sea to reappear in Jianghu was because of the talisman sword made from the dragon rock incense burner. This was a tyrannical business that the South Sea was willing to attack, but willing to accept. In the past, there was a South Sea girl who entered Jianghu barefoot. She was shocked as soon as she entered Jianghu. Countless heroes and talents worshipped her. If she was not beaten back by the sword god Li Chungang, perhaps there would be more stories of immortals that were passed down to today. 25 years ago, a Qi cultivator from the Guanyin sect quietly arrived and wanted the girl to commit suicide. The infatuated Zhang Bingling did not hesitate to seal the sword furnace that had been passed down from generation to generation. He promised to only make 81 talisman swords for the Guanyin sect in exchange for his wife's life. If the sword was not made in the future, he could die together with his wife. It was not easy to make a sword, and the talisman sword that the Qi cultivator needed was even more difficult. 25 years later, only 36 talisman swords were forged. The Yuyan mountain villa was on the verge of collapse and was close to bankruptcy. How could the young villa master Zhang Chunlin not hate these Qi cultivators from the South Sea who wanted to take their lives? Did he really have to watch his parents die for love? A man and a woman who were close to 50 years old but did not look old slowly climbed the mountain. The man had a rough appearance and was born with a leopard head and round eyes. He had a valiant and boorish appearance, but his expression was tranquil. He held hands and entered the pavilion. Occasionally, he turned his head to look at his wife. The woman and her son Zhang Chunlin looked alike. She was dressed simply and elegantly. She was dignified and beautiful. In the face of imminent disaster, she was not afraid of death, but was full of silent guilt. When they entered the pavilion together, Zhang Chunlin gritted his teeth and turned his head away in a fit of pique with red eyes. The woman went to gather her son's top-grade Liaodong fox fur coat and said softly, "It's my fault. Not only did I delay your father, but I also harmed the ancestral property of the villa." The villa master of Yuyan Mountain Villa, Zhang Bingling, slightly glared and said, "What are you saying? What delay and harm? Nonsense. For Zhang Bingling to be able to find such a good wife like you is already smoke rising from his ancestral grave. If he has any more complaints, he will be struck by lightning." Although Zhang Chunlin was courteous and watertight, he did not need to wear a gentle mask in front of his parents. He looked at his father Zhang Bingling with moist eyes and said, "It's all your fault. Your swordsmanship is mediocre. You only know how to forge swords. You can't even protect your mother." Zhang Bingling was speechless. He did not feel that he had to pretend to be a hero in front of his son. He only made a sound of agreement. The woman's face became colder. She reprimanded, "Chunlin, don't talk about your father like that." Zhang Chunlin lowered his head and looked at his hands. He choked with sobs and said, "It's all my fault. I couldn't protect my parents. I'm a coward. My hands are still trembling. I can't hold the sword steadily. I don't dare to draw the sword against those people." Zhang Bingling smiled gently. His eyes were kind. He touched his son's head and said, "With your father around, even if the sky falls, you should be the first one to hold it up. Chunlin, we are people of the Jianghu. Especially when it comes to swordsmanship, not everyone can be a pin one expert. We can't even dream of being a sword immortal. It's enough as long as we don't do anything wrong. We are not afraid of ghosts knocking on our door. Hey, these Qi cultivators outside the Xiaoyao Sea can be regarded as the so-called immortals in the Jianghu. Your mother and I did not leave in vain when the immortals knocked on our door to collect debts. Although you have already reached the age of 20, you don't have to blame yourself too much and don't think about revenge wholeheartedly. Father and mother have earned enough in the past 20 years. Besides, we have earned so much. If you continue to be stubborn after we leave, we will feel uneasy in the afterlife. Your father is a rough man and only knows how to forge iron and swords in this life. I have never taught you how to conduct yourself in this world, so I can't give you any valuable advice. But there is one thing that you have to remember. There are too many things in this world that you want to do, but you can't do it. You can't suffocate yourself to death. Zhang Chunlin, who was crying for the first time in his life, raised his head. His eyes were blurry with tears. Father, I really can't accept this. Zhang Bingling, who rarely put on airs in front of his son, said calmly, even if you can't accept this, you have to live on. The woman gently wiped away her son's tears with her sleeve. She turned to look at the man in a straw hat who was sitting alone on a small boat fishing on the lake. She did not want the father and son to be in deep sorrow. She changed the topic and asked with a frown, "Who is that stranger?" Zhang Bingling grinned and said, "The snow has blocked the road. A group of guests who came to the manor to stay. I heard from Zhang Han that they are not vulgar. Given his eyesight, he could not even see their skills clearly. They must not be simple. If it were in the past, I would definitely want to befriend them. I have such a stubborn temper. It's been hard on you all these years. Isn't there a saying that a clever wife can't cook without rice? It's referring to you, my dear wife." The woman forced a smile and shook her head gently. She then held his and her son's hands. Chapter 768. Zhang Bingling exhaled. "Let's go down the mountain. If we accidentally let the guest have a conflict with the Guanyin sect, we will feel guilty. Chunlin, you don't have to show up. Dad and Mom will welcome the guest for the last time. You will be in charge in the future." Zhang Chunlin held the ancient sword tightly with one hand and said with a determined look, "I will go down the mountain with you." When Zhang Bingling was in a dilemma, she caught a glimpse of the movement on the lake from the corner of her eyes. She was surprised and then widened her eyes in shock. The white-clothed chi cultivators were skimming on the lake. The wind and snow naturally drifted a few feet away from them. The leading immortal was less than 300 feet away from the Yuyan mountain villa before a young female chi cultivator jumped over the small boat. She looked down at the indifferent man. He was sitting cross-legged, wearing a thick straw raincoat and a bamboo hat. There were 2 strands of white hair that were beyond his age gently hanging down from his temples. She saw the face of the fisherman at first glance. He was very young. Looking at him from the perspective of the secular world, his appearance was exceptionally outstanding. So after she jumped over the small boat without shoes and socks, she still looked back. She wondered if this guy was scared out of his wits or was intoxicated by fishing on the lake, and really did not see anything. Su Fengnian, who was sitting alone on the cold river, had been holding his breath and concentrating. He turned a blind eye to these white-clothed chi cultivators who were floating on the lake. Even if he was stepped by them, he did not have the slightest movement. He even deliberately hid the otherworldly item that was about to stir up his appetite. On one hand, Su Fengnian was only staying in the Yuyan mountain villa halfway. He did not want to be nosy. If these immortals and fairies in the eyes of the secular world were the distinguished guests that the villain needed to welcome, Su Fengnian did not think that it was the right way to be a guest to let the greedy Su Ing kill. On the other hand, Su Fengnian was only hostile to the imperial astronomer in the capital. The chi cultivators in the south had no enmity with him. It was fate that brought them together, and they could enjoy the scenery together. However, when Su Fengnian sensed a hint of murderous intent that did not belong to his identity from the group of white-robed deities, he stopped hiding his strength. He took off his bamboo hat, and a small boat flew backwards like an arrow, drawing a beautiful ripple on the surface of the lake. In the blink of an eye, the small boat came to an abrupt stop 20 feet out of the lake, just in time to block the landing point of the leading Chi disciple Grand Master. The white-robed old woman, with a withered face, frowned slightly. She suddenly stopped and fell on the lake with the snow beside her. The dozen or so relatively young immortals behind her stopped one after another. This group of Chi refinement warriors stepped on the surface of the lake, motionless like white butterflies on the surface of a mirror. It was unknown who was the first to see this mysterious scene in the lakeside courtyard of the Yuyan Mountain Villa. After a few exclamations of surprise, it did not take long for people to walk out of the courtyard door one after another. They stopped to look from afar, and soon there were people moving. There were not only the servants of the mansion, but also the distant friends of the villa master. Su Fengnian calmly said, "You are the guests of Yuyan Mountain. I welcome you with open arms. If you are looking for trouble, then we can sit down and have a good chat. That's right, since you can stand on the lake and pretend to be immortals, your cultivation must not be bad. You won't feel cold sitting on your buttocks, right?" The old woman, with a withered aura, frowned even more. Most of the Chi refinement warriors beside her also had a displeased expression. Only the barefoot, white-robed woman, at the end, let out a light laugh. A 30-year-old white-robed immortal quietly turned her head and helplessly glared at her. The latter quickly put on a straight face. Unfortunately, her pair of limpid eyes that did not diminish in the slightest revealed the secret. The 16 people all carried one or several rune, swords of different lengths, on their backs. Some were peachwood swords that were passed down from the hands of the immortals recorded in the ancient books, and some were ancient bronze swords that were thousands of years old. Even the new swords were calculated in 60 years. It was said that the Chi refinement warriors' cultivation method was unique. They specialized in gathering heavenly lightning hundreds of feet above the heavenly paradise. Using a secret technique, they created a lightning bead. Once thrown, the power was enormous. It was really like lightning striking the ground, or the earliest ray of the morning sun that shone on the eastern sea and was absorbed into the rune mirror. Under the light of the mirror, all evil and filthy things would be reduced to ashes. There was also a mysterious saying of collecting ownerless souls to go to Fengdu and using the young body to enter the netherworld to accumulate good karma. In short, the mysterious methods of the Chi refinement warriors were endless. Normal people would only feel that it was unimaginable. They would also sincerely respect them as if they were immortals who carried out justice on behalf of the heavens. In reality, the Chi refinement warriors originated from the ancient alchemists. They were somewhat similar to the Taoist master who refined pills. It was just that the Chi refinement warrior's path was narrower and further. A young male Chi refinement warrior coldly said, "Get out of the way." Su Fengnian was a scoundrel who was unmoved by force or persuasion. He smiled and said, "Ask me first." Then he lightly patted the Belyang saber on his waist. "Ask my saber again." Although the old lady was one of the few top Chi refinement masters in the world, she was not blindly overbearing. She said indifferently, "Going to Yuyan Mountain Villa is just to collect the sword according to the agreement. Young people, it is a good thing that you are willing to draw your saber to help those who are in trouble. But you must also be reasonable." Su Fengnian stood up and patted the snow on his shoulders. "I know a senior who once got a good sword from Yuyan Mountain Villa. You can take the sword, just take it. But if you want to bully others with your power, I still say the same thing. Ask me, ask my saber." The male Chi refinement warrior who spoke coldly previously did not conceal his anger. When an ordinary man was angry, blood would splatter for 5 steps and heads would fall to the ground. When the emperor was angry, millions of corpses would fall and blood would flow for thousands of miles. In the eyes of the ordinary people, how could the anger of an immortal be lighter than the anger of the emperor? Everyone knew that immortals were good. They knew that immortals were high and mighty and were not inferior to emperors, generals, and ministers. This Qi refinement warrior did not hide his true feelings. His anger flared up, and the fierce wind and snow around him fluttered nonstop. He was so angry that he laughed and said in a loud and clear voice, "How dare you? Do you want to sit on the ground and discuss Tao with me? Fine, then I will let you sit." The white-clothed immortal really sat down. It was like a mountain suddenly filling up the river and sea, except for the old lady, who was the leader. The rest of the Qi refinement warriors stood a few feet above the lake. The lake was shaking and the momentum was terrifying. But what made this person extremely embarrassed was that the lake near him was shaking violently, but the small boat was as if it was out of the lake and on the shore, unmoving. Su Fengnian did not use harsh words to mock the Qi refinement warrior who made a fool of himself. He only narrowed his eyes and looked up at the goose feather, heavy snow. He said to himself, "An old senior who ate swords once said something that made me yearn for very much. There are 3 million sword immortals in the sky, but they all have to bow down to me. It really suits the occasion." Su Fengnian retracted his gaze. After taking off his straw raincoat, he said with a smile that deserved to be taught a lesson, Come. You have to ask me first before you are qualified to ask about the Bailiang saber on my waist." Chapter 769. 4,000 words, so it's a little late. There's still the next chapter. Try to get it done before 6 o'clock. Zhang Chunlin said angrily, "Is this person crazy?" The head of the villa, Zhang Bingling, was also worried. The woman was the personal disciple of a Qi refinement master in the Guanyin sect. She was expected to inherit the mantle and take over the master's legacy. This was also the reason why the Guanyin sect was furious. There were millions of people who practiced martial arts in the world. A rare character like her had always been seen as an embryo that cannot be bought with money. After the woman fell in love, she focused on helping her husband and teaching her children. Her cultivation was already gone, but her foresight was still there. Similarly, she did not think that the guest could gain any benefits. It must be known that the old woman among the 16 Qi refinement warriors not only had a high status in the Guanyin sect, but also had a very high seniority among the Qi refinement warriors in the entire South. She looked like an old woman, but in fact, she had lived for nearly 2 decades. In martial arts, she might be afraid of the young and strong. But in Qi refinement warrior, there was no doubt that the older she was, the more experienced she was. Like swordsmanship, Li Chungang, who had a huge feud with the Guanyin sect, could reach the top before the age of 30. After reaching the top, no one could compare to him. But for Qi refinement warrior, in 1,000 years, only a few people had great luck before the age of 30. The pugilistic world liked to praise someone's supreme talent as a rare occurrence in 100 years. For Qi refinement warrior, it was not an exaggeration to say that it was a once-in-1,000 years occurrence. Li Chungang happened to bury such a talented person who did not change half of the country's territory. Zhang Chunlin immediately took the lead and walked out of the pavilion. "I'll go and stop that lunatic. There's no reason for outsiders to bear the disaster of the Yuyan Heights." Zhang Bingling and the woman looked at each other and smiled. They went down the mountain hand in hand. Newborn calves were not afraid of tigers because they had not entered the mountains and did not know the power of the conical eye worm. Due to Zhang Chunlin's family background, he was afraid of the Qi refinement warriors to the extent that he did not even dare to draw his sword. Zhang Bingling mocked himself as a blacksmith, and his swordsmanship was average. But Zhang Chunlin's talent was excellent. When he was 20, he was only a step away from the Master Realm. In the past 5 years, he did not dare to slack and waste. He was obsessed with swordsmanship, but he still did not dare to fight with the whites. So when he saw the small boat on the lake blocking the road, he was a little annoyed that the guest did not know what was good for him. He was more worried that the white-haired man who was fishing alone in the boat would be implicated by the Yuyan Heights. After all, although Zhang Chunlin was the young master of the Yuan Heights, he was still a simple person. Even if his talent was inherited from his mother, he was still Zhang Bingling's son and had a precious heart. The terrifying thing about the Qi refinement warriors was not that their swordsmanship could kill people easily, but that these Qi refinement warriors were like the favored children of fate. After they entered the Qi refinement realm, they could rely on their own opportunities to obtain one or even several great magical powers from the Xian Finger realm or even the Celestial realm. Ordinary martial artists in the Jianghu, not to mention the level 2 master realm, even the top masters of the Vajra realm could fight with them. Before they used their trump cards, they would not be at a disadvantage. On the lake, Su Fengyin was facing 16 Qi refinement warriors with different achievements. Hearing the 3 words Bailiang Blade, except for the old woman who was the leader, the rest of the white Qi refinement warriors did not care at all. The Guanyin sect was isolated in the sea. Even during the spring and autumn war, they did not care about anyone's feelings. Before the Central Plains was in turmoil and the divine land sank, there were countless emperors and ministers in the sea who worshipped the Guanyin sect with the most prestigious secular identity. When they met immortal Tao and they all followed the etiquette of a disciple, they were ecstatic and sincerely asked for advice on how to maintain their health. The Qi refinement warriors of the northern sect were also called dragon-attaching sect or dragon-supporting sect. They were similar to the ancestral court of Taoism, Dragon Tiger Mountain. The Qi refinement warriors of the southern sect were more like the peaceful Wudang Mountain in a corner. They did not ask about the common people, but only ghosts and gods. After the 16 white Qi refinement warriors of the Guanyin sect left the sea and landed on the shore, they only walked on the steep path. They climbed the mountain when they met the mountain, stepped on the water when they met the water, collected the sky thunder when they passed the heavenly abode, and hunted the flood dragon when they were near the abyss. They did not meet the common people face to face. When the sun rose from the east, they breathed in and out the morning glow on the peak of the mountain. It was true to the old saying that immortals did not show their true colors. In their eyes, the life and death of the Yuyan mountain villa were nothing but the growth and death of the grass and trees. They did not disturb their hearts at all. This was not because the Qi refinement warriors regarded other people's lives as lowly as ants, but because the Qi refinement warriors treated themselves the same. A white-haired man with a Bailiang blade was not worth mentioning in the eyes of these Qi refinement warriors who were used to worshipping immortals. What really impressed them was the cultivation of the man who sat steadily on the bow of the boat. Heaven's net has a long arm. The Qi refinement warriors were the secret characters who found the loopholes in the heaven's secret. If the heaven's secret wanted them to leap over the dragon's gate, then they would support them. The Imperial Astronomer Dragon Affiliation sect came because of this. If the heaven's secret was missed, then it would be regarded as an extraterrestrial demon, an evil and filthy thing. They must break the soul and send it to the Moon Mirror Courtyard, so that it would never be reincarnated. The Guanyin sect did this even more. In the past, the great immortal Qi Xuanzhen on the Lotus platform was angered by the heaven's secret. He ignored the future heaven's calamity and killed the extraterrestrial demon, but did not send it to the immortal island courtyard. Instead, he took the initiative to give them a way out and treated them the same as the ordinary evil people. He only sent them to the 6 paths of reincarnation. Therefore, The Guanyin sect had always regarded him as a brilliant earth immortal. When Su Fengnian fought with others, no matter how extraordinary he never liked to nag. It was only a matter of life and death. Today, he made an exception. He lightly stepped on the boat, and the fishing rod on the boat jumped up. He held it with one hand and shook his wrist. Wherever the fishing line touched, the snowflakes were crushed and scattered. The reason why I stopped you today is because I have two things to say. I know that your Guanyin sect has never interfered with worldly affairs and can be considered a genuine overseas immortal master. I personally don't have the slightest bit of ill will towards you, but you've always felt that Qi Xuanjin, the reincarnation of Ancestor Lu, slayed the demons back then, but then let them go and sent them to samsara. This is a heaven-defying act. But today, I want to say something to Qi Xuanjin, or rather Hong Shixiang, that as far as I know, he self-destructed twice, once on the devil-slaying platform of Mount Longhu, and once on Wudong's Little Lotus Peak. The male Qi cultivator who did not know whether to sit or stand up sneered, "How dare a vulgar person speak of the heavenly Tao?" The old woman, who was thousands of miles away from the vulgar people, gently raised her hand. Her face was expressionless as she signaled the younger generation to not speak. Chapter 770. Su Fengnian continued, "Everyone says they are right. I don't expect to order you around. Whether you listen or not is your business. It has nothing to do with me. But for the second matter, neither of us will be able to escape." Most of the white-robed immortals were somewhat dissatisfied with this person's nonsense, but they were not too angry. They just felt that it was a little funny to listen to an ignorant child who was still wearing diapers boasting about the important matters of the country and helping the people in front of the loyal officials of the imperial court. The barefoot woman was probably an unreasonable freak. She didn't fit in with the crowd at all. Her eyes were wide open, overflowing with spiritual energy, as if she had seen a ferocious beast divine object recorded in the ancient books of the sect. Su Fengnian ignored their expressions. Holding his fishing rod and wearing his cold blade, he turned around to look at the pavilion at the top of the mountain, but it had already disappeared. Retracting his gaze, he smiled and said, "The first senior who taught me swordsmanship was a blacksmith. He once bragged to me that he had only been in Jianghu for a few years, but he had already met a very famous person. He even said that he felt like old friends at first sight, so he stole his family heirloom and gave it to him. Only later did I find out who he was, and who was the young man who gave him one of the famous swords in the sword case. The sword was called Agarwood. It was left in Martial Emperor City. It was once the best sword made by the Dragon Rock incense burner. The young master who gave him the sword back then also became the master of Yuyan Mountain Villa. I don't know why you Guanyin sect sent 16 people here at once, but I sensed that one of you had a murderous intent. So even if I am unreasonable, I have to interfere. Yes, you won't care if I'm wearing the Northern Liang saber or not. You won't even be afraid of the Northern Liang saber and the 300,000 iron cavalry. They're thousands of miles apart. Even if one side is Su Shao and the other side is the sect master of the Guanyin sect, it's impossible for them to go to each other's territory to cause trouble. Therefore, today's matter is over. If you can't reach the shore, can you not kill people in the village? If you have something to say, you can talk about it peacefully with Zhang Bingling's family of mortals." The old woman sighed. "Today's matter is over. If everyone was like you, there would be no place for us Qi cultivators in the world." Su Fengnian waited for her to continue. The old woman shook her head. "Unfortunately, some rules can't be broken. Our agreement with Yuyan Mountain Villa was set by the master before he went into seclusion. If there are 81 talisman swords in the Dragon Rock incense burner, it doesn't matter if there are a few less. I can risk being punished and plead for Zhang Bingling to keep her life." But the talisman sword's matter is really important. Moreover, whether Zhang Bingling is alive or dead, our sect doesn't care. But the traitor must be killed. Without rules, nothing can be accomplished. This is the reason why people think that we Qi cultivators are heartless. If you want to do the heavenly Tao, you can kill your own family. Su Fengnian smiled. You have explained everything. Since we don't owe each other anything, then let's fight to the death. Even on the island, the old woman, who was known for being close to the heavenly Tao, smiled. After leaving the island, the total number of words she said was less than 10. At this time, in less than 30 minutes, she had already exceeded it. Young master, you can do whatever you want. Even if I and 15 disciples of the sect die on the lake, it is because of fate and will not implicate anyone. But in the talisman sword's matter, even if 16 people died, there will still be another batch coming to Yuyan Mountain Villa. As long as you don't play tricks, you can stop them. Naturally, you are very lucky. Even if the whole Guanyin sect dies and no one survives, we will have no regrets. The original heroic scene of wind and snow blowing in the cold mountain lake was ruined by Su Fengnian's following words. Your Guanyin sect won't have hundreds or thousands of Qi cultivators, right? The old woman, who was praised for not missing anything, was speechless. Her expression was strange. The barefoot woman bent over and held her stomach. Fortunately, she did not laugh out loud. It was very difficult for her to endure. The other 14 Qi cultivators did not know whether to laugh or cry. This white-haired boy was really indescribably vulgar. Vulgar, unbearably vulgar. But the old woman seemed to be very serious. She said in a dignified voice, "Go ashore." Immediately, 7 male immortals swept past. Su Fengnian was standing on a small boat. At the bottom of the boat was an otherworldly item in a red robe. After entering the celestial realm, the gloomy aura changed into a golden-purple aura. Previously, the Qi cultivators sat on the lake. The lake swayed, but only the boat did not move. Su Fengnian, with his second-level inner force, naturally did not have the cultivation that only first-level inner force could do. Perhaps only the old woman knew the severity of the situation. She was facing a strange opponent who might be stronger than the Xianji. Su Fengnian waved the fishing rod with one hand and his sleeves with the other. In addition to the 12 flying swords in his sleeves, the 2 swords formed a pair and stabbed at the 6 Qi cultivators. There was even a silver-white fishing line behind the boat, splitting the shore and the lake. Perhaps the Qi refinement warriors were not fond of fighting one-on-one. After being blocked by the shocking means of flying swords and river severing, they did not forcefully collide with the sword formation and water wall. A middle-aged female Qi refinement warrior, whose status was probably second only to the old woman, whispered, "Form the Big Dipper." Su Fengnian kept shaking his wrist. With just a fishing rod, he broke the river again and again. His Qi was like the Milky Way. It was really the temperament of an immortal who could overturn rivers and seas. The extent of the shaking of a big lake was not comparable to that of the male Qi cultivator who sat on the lake. There was already Su Fengnian, who did not show mercy. He solemnly said in a clear voice, "Invite the sword to Yuyan Mountain Villa." Invite the sword. Under the instructions of the Villa Lord of Crouching Tiger Mountain, almost everyone in Yuyan Mountain Villa had a sword. There was no shortage of servants and maids. With lightning speed, they brought out all the famous and ancient swords hidden in the villa. Zhang Bingling even brought his wife and son and rushed back. The villa lord carried 2 swords sealed in the Dragon Rock incense burner, Dragon Whisker, and Beacon Fire. The woman carried a slender-waist Yangchun. The young villa Lord Zhang Chunlin removed his rootless heavenly water and carried the last famous sword sealed in the sword furnace, Shadong. On the lake, it was as if several evil dragons were working together to harm one side. The waves were unstable, and the scene was terrifying. Su Fengnian threw the fishing rod into the lake with the broken fishing line. He cut the river for the last time. His white hair was no longer restrained and fluttered freely. He looked like a celestial being who was mixed with celestial beings and demons. It was not that heroic spirit, but a sadness that no one could understand. His voice was as loud as a bell. The world can't remember you, so I'll do it again for you. Sword, come. It was said that a man whose heart was not content was like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. This white-haired young man had the spirit of an evil python trying to swallow the heavens. The thousands of swords in Yuyan Mountain majestically flew from the mountain, the villa, the sword sheath. Without exception, they all flew towards the man on the little boat. He had not drawn his sword, so he said that he would ask me first, then ask my sword. Su Fengnian stepped out, his two hands shaking. One hand was like an immortal touching the top, the other hand was like an azure dragon. In one breath, the thousands of swords smashed onto the heads of the 16 Qi cultivators. Chapter 771. The world had only heard that the sword god of the older generation, Li Chungang, had once caused Mount Longhu to lose all face in the great snow plains of Mount Hui. Such a magnificent scene was only hearsay, and could not truly understand its magnificence. With thousands of swords floating in the air, if one was under them, would one not feel the pressure of Mount Tai? Zhang Bingling and his wife looked at each other in dismay. On one hand, they were shocked by the stranger's ability to cut off the white robes, as well as using thousands of swords to suppress the immortal. On the other hand, they were confused as to why this person would act. Zhang Bingling was generous and generous. He seemed to be a prodigal son that did not manage his family well, but his own sword skills were mediocre, and he was unable to stabilize the position of the villa in Jianghu. He could only use this method to make friends. It was like casting a net to catch fish, relying on luck to act, hoping to catch a few carps that would become dragons in the future. After so many years had passed, he had long been disheartened. The people of Jianghu, who lived in Jianghu, were mostly as slippery as loaches. Their hot-bloodedness and loyalty had been worn away along with their sharp edges and corners. This time, when they were in danger, they only needed to come and watch. The other 80 or 90% would use excuses, and the better ones would send letters to decline. Most of the famous swordsmen who had borrowed the swords to escape did not remember how grateful they were at that time, saying that they would repay the kindness of a drop of water with a gushing spring. They simply did not send any messages, not even letting out a fart, continuing to be the famous swordsmen of Jianghu. Fortunately, Zhang Bingling was open-minded. Since he did not even care about life and death, he let nature take its course. He did not care too much about this group of sanctimonious people. It was his son Zhang Chunlin who was so angry that he gave them the ironic title of Gentleman of the Sword and Justice. After Zhang Chunlin had personally witnessed the spectacle of thousands of flying swords in the air, he turned his head to Zhang Bingling, his voice trembling. "Father, is it the descendant of a good friend of our villa?" Zhang Bingling shook his head in self-mockery. "It doesn't seem like it. 200 years ago, when Yuyan Mountain was at its peak, the two ancestors were the leaders of Jianghu. Perhaps they had such an extraordinary friend, but it is absolutely impossible now. You have seen the friendship that I have exchanged for half of the hidden swords of the villa. Even your Uncle Chao Yu, who I have a life and death relationship with, has only stagnated at the second level of cultivation for many years. But the person on the lake is clearly not only at the Vajra level. If not, we wouldn't have been able to stop those Qi refinement warriors from charging into the formation. Zhang Chuanlin's stomach was full of wine and vinegar tea. Could it be little ancestor Lu Xianxia from Mount Longhu? But it didn't seem like it. There was no horsetail whisk or Taoist robe. It is widely rumored that the fallen princess of West Chu can ride her sword into the sky, but she is clearly a woman. Zhang Bingling said with a carefree smile, God knows. I don't care anymore. I can only resign myself to fate. In this fierce battle, with our skills, even if we wanted to add flowers to the brocade, we wouldn't be able to interfere. Perhaps we might even be more of a hindrance. If Yuyan Mountain Villa can escape this calamity, then Zhang Bingling is willing to kowtow 100 times to this unknown benefactor. Zhang Chunlin asked cautiously, Father, I want to learn swordsmanship from him. Can I? Zhang Bingling said helplessly, If you want to learn, then this young sword immortal must be willing to teach you. In Qi Shui's courtyard, 2 of the 5 maids even pretended to hold the sword. Since Yuyan Mountain Villa was famous for its qi cultivation and sword casting, the servants in the villa had also practiced some mental mantras and skills that were very clever in the eyes of outsiders. But after the 2 words sword, the flying sword was unsheathed. The 2 people outside Qi Shui's courtyard not only did not notice how the ancient sword was unsheathed, but their delicate bodies were also pulled forward and almost fell to the ground. Not to mention that they were so surprised that they couldn't close their mouths, and their minds were blank. They couldn't understand why such a handsome child, who was very easy to talk to and drink with them around the stove, even the gatekeeper Zhang Mu and the chief steward Zhang Han burst into tears in an instant. They secretly thought that it must be the Lord and Madam's good karma that made such an immortal appear in Yuyan Mountain Villa, a woman in purple holding a zither in one hand and wine in the other slowly walked to the pavilion on Crouching Tiger Mountain. The zither was Qi Shui's treasure. A jar of yellow wine turned from boiling to warm. When she was about 70 or 80 feet away from the pavilion, she rushed up and sat on the ground. With the zither on her knees, she raised her head and drank a mouthful of yellow wine. She just suddenly pressed the string with one hand. The sonorous sound was like the cry of a phoenix in the 9th heaven, clear and unparalleled. That year on the top of Mount Hui, when the scholar entered the sage realm, there was no snow on the snowfield. It was just a heavy rain. After the waves calmed down, before Li Chungang became a sword immortal on the land again, there was a man she hated to the core who held an umbrella for her. She didn't know whether she hated him or not. When she came to Mount Hui, she finally caused the death of her parents. She could only feel guilty for the rest of her life, or she hated him for having the identity of the heir of Bailiang, which was envied by everyone, so he didn't have to suffer like her. She could only rely on herself like a weak duckweed. She didn't know why she was asking a tiger for its skin. She was willing to do business with such a sloppy beggar who was in dire straits when she first met him. When did she stop hating him as much as before? Was it because she knew that he went to Beimang alone, and his luck was gone like a piece of white paper, while her state skyrocketed because she absorbed the imperial jade seal, so she could finally pity him? Or was it because after he knew that the wooden sword ranger broke his sword, he was so depressed but didn't tell anyone? He only told her about his dream and the snowman while lying on the deck chair? Or was it because he bent down and gently tied a knot for her skirt under the table when they went to the Zhejiu embassy in the snow of Taiyan City? Sitting on the top of the pavilion, Xianyuan Qingfeng finished a jar of wine and threw it high into the lake. Sword maniac Wang Xiaoping was probably the last outsider to join in the fun. She walked out of the courtyard and looked up at the heavy snow. She didn't know if she was thinking of the time when she saw her master carrying her younger brother up the steps of Wudong. She also saw her eldest brother following behind silently and continuously brushing off the snow for her younger brother. Wang Xiaoping, who was serious in speech and manner, smiled knowingly, the resentment in her heart that her eldest brother was lucky to have the golden court and then lost it. She also felt that her younger brother didn't hesitate to sacrifice himself to achieve the Great Way for another 300 years. Looking at the back of the young man on the lake, Wang Xiaoping patted some snow off her shoulder. Senior brothers, even if I, Wang Xiaoping, once disliked Su Fengnian from the bottom of my heart, I will still bear the burden. Wang Xiaoping, who was practicing her sword on the mountain and going down the mountain to ask for the Tao, was still smiling. She strode to the lakeside and stretched out her hand. She condensed a long sword from the snow. It was crystal clear. Who dared to come ashore? Since Wang Xiaoping was doing things like killing demons, she had also killed the so-called immortals from overseas. Chapter 772. In fact, Su Fengnian did not expect Xianyuan Qingfeng and Wang Xiaoping to take action. This had nothing to do with trust. He was used to not relying on outsiders for everything. Of course, the otherworldly item in the red robe was an exception. The friendship between a living person and an otherworldly item was built up from several life and death battles. They worked together to kill the devil Luo Yang at the Dragon Wall of the Yellow River, went to Washui to meet Su Huainan, went up the Mountain of Soldiers to kill the fifth raccoon, secretly intercepted at the Iron Gate Pass, the Sky Demon's descent in Taiyan City, fought against Master Lu Hao, and finally left the palace city hand in hand. Su Fengnian believed in her, which was the same as believing in himself. Therefore, the otherworldly item, named Suing, was hidden at the bottom of the boat to nourish the realm. Su Fengnian relied on it to borrow thousands of swords. Facing the 16 white-clothed immortals, he could only feel at ease. The flying swords, which were densely packed like locusts, fiercely smashed down with the immortals' great momentum. Only then did Su Fengnian personally experience the power of these immortals from overseas. If it was a one-on-one battle, except for the old woman who led the group, Su Fengnian was confident that he could kill them within 10 moves. However, the 7 male chi cultivators formed the Big Dipper formation. The accumulated power of the 7 talisman swords could not be underestimated. The more than 300 flying swords on their heads only destroyed the sword formation, severely injuring one of the immortals who was guarding the eye of the formation, and slightly injuring 3 or 4 others. The rest could fight with all their strength. Since ancient times, Guanyin sect was famous for having more yin than yang. Therefore, Su Fengnian took out 600 swords and threw them at the 8 immortals. The strange sword formation formed by the talisman, swords spun like pearls, forming a mirror. Not only did it not hurt anyone, it did not even destroy one of the talisman swords. The remaining swords flew towards the old woman alone, but were all bounced back when they were 10 feet away from her. It was Su Fengnian's first time controlling swords on such a large scale. His technique was inevitably rusty and sluggish. However, after 3 journeys, Su Fengnian's mind had been polished to perfection. The flying swords were like the 12 complete sword embryos of Dong Tai. How could they be exhausted after a spurt of energy? After a wave of flying swords smashed the top of the head, he waved his hand in a semicircle, controlling the majestic flying swords with the small boat as the center. The second wave of flying swords turned to the side and attacked from the side. The lake was injured by the sword aura, tearing up countless splashes. The vast expanse of white goose feather snow was stirred up before it fell into the lake. The position where Su Fengnian stood gave people the feeling that between heaven and earth, he was using thousands of black swords to kill millions of white snow. The people on the lake followed the rotation of the flying swords. There were 2 groups of men and women dressed in white. Their footsteps were agile as they stepped on the lake's surface, walking side by side. Together, they faced the evil and ferocious swords that were like the otherworldly items of Fengdu, that were confusing the world of the living. At this moment, the old woman who was standing still at the same spot was the closest to Su Fengnian. The 8 female Qi refinement warriors' clothes fluttered in the wind like the flying fairies of Dunhuang. The wide mirror surface formed by the talisman swords changed from horizontal to vertical. The 8 talisman swords were incomparably agile and lively. Under the guidance of the Qi refinement warriors, they achieved a mysterious state that was extremely quiet on the surface. On the other hand, the male Qi refinement warriors were slightly more hurried. The talisman swords of different materials only swept out one by one, trying their best to deflect the 300 flying swords that were coming at them. The Qi refinement warrior, who was sitting on the lake to embarrass himself, previously actually had a good cultivation base. After the Qi refinement warrior in the eye of the formation was seriously injured, he immediately took charge of the Tianshu. When facing the enemy, he still had some arrogance born from his identity. At this moment, he did not have the slightest bit of impetuousness. Vaguely, he had the demeanor of a Qi refinement warrior who had reached a higher level. This time, they targeted the Yuyan Mountain Villa to take the talisman swords. Taking the sword was one thing, and gaining experience was another. The Qi refinement warriors undoubtedly knew the essence of the stone from another mountain could be used to improve the jade. On this journey to the north, there was already a senior sister who took advantage of the situation to improve the state while watching the moon by the lake. From the vast Finger Xian realm, which was like a mountain of treasures, she comprehended one of the wonders. According to the unique saying of the Qi refinement warriors, it was like the dragon palace searching for treasures, retrieving the dragon's eye and returning it. If one could obtain the good fortune of heaven and earth, and luckily comprehend the great wonder of the celestial state, it would be regarded as a success of obtaining pearls. The flying swords and the talisman sword formation either touched or collided with each other. The sound was like the mountain collapsing and the rocks cracking. It was far better than the sound of firecrackers hanging beside one's ear. The old woman was still indifferent. She flicked the sword away as it came. She did not look at the white-haired young man who seemed to be dominating the great momentum. She only gently looked at the 2 groups of proud disciples of the same sect, but different lineage. She did not reveal any strange expression. After driving the flying swords twice, the sword-driving technique improved at an amazing speed. Su Fengnian raised both hands. In the third wave, 300 flying swords still rushed to the male Qi refinement warrior. The remaining 700 flying swords simply ignored the old woman who had a profound cultivation and rushed to the female Qi refinement warrior. Moreover, the most exciting thing was that this time the flying swords did not gather together like a dense pile of flying feathers. Instead, it seemed to be extremely messy. The flying sword's trajectory was simply chaotic, making it impossible to guard against. It was not possible for a sword formation mirror to block all of them. The Qi refinement warrior was better than concentrating on Qi refinement warrior. In the end, their Qi could swallow the heaven and earth. Only in terms of physique, most of them were far from being comparable to second-grade martial artists. Not to mention 700 flying swords. Even if only a few flying swords pierced through the body, these fairies in white would die. A female Qi refinement warrior, who was as beautiful as a gorgeous woman but had a graceful temperament, said calmly, "Condense the treasure bottle." 8 swords condensed into a big bottle, as if the southern sea guanyin was holding a treasure bottle. The talisman swords turned from moving to still, and their Qi was connected into a net, weaving into a big net. The woman who had escaped from the treasure bottle sword formation smiled slightly and withdrew her talisman swords. She gently breathed on the talisman swords and murmured softly, "Finger sword, Finger Mountain to fill the sea. She had encountered the bottleneck that every Qi refinement grandmaster in the Southern Sea Guanyin sect would encounter. This time, after leaving the island and observing the moon to comprehend the mystery of finger mystery, she finally broke through the bottleneck with the finger sword. The white fairy did not ride the flying swords out. Instead, she straightened her middle finger and hooked her thumb to her ring finger. Using this, she kept pointing on the flying swords. A little spiritual light was a talisman, and little spiritual light formed the fairy book. The flying swords covered the sky and the sun. First, one of them fell into the lake, then 2, 4, 8. Perhaps there was a limit to the power of human strength. After about 100 flying swords fell into the lake, she flipped them over. Finger sword. Finger CC to destroy mountain. The 100 swords in the lake jumped out of the water again. They were actually under her control. They turned the tips of the swords and flew towards Su Fengnian's flying sword. In this way, not only did the pressure on the treasure bottle sword formation decrease, but it also allowed the male Qi refinement warriors of the Big Dipper talisman sword to take a breath and change the formation. Some of them even took out their treasured weapons. They could not only fight against the flying swords with their talisman swords. Su Fengnian, who stood alone at the bow of the boat and kept the wind and snow away from him, was not angry or afraid. He sneered and said, "Sword comes. Do you really think that only the sword in the sheath can be used as a killing sword? If I ride 100,000 swords, they will be as light as cotton and crush you to death." Su Fengnian's sleeves fluttered in the wind. The white snowflakes on the world lake condensed into a line, each forming a short sword and an inch sword. Heaven and earth seemed to be frozen and still. Everything stopped. There were only swords, countless swords, black and white. At this moment, the young man who was carrying a saber but riding a sword, in the eyes of the stunned people on the shore, only the celestial being did not appear. I am almost invincible in the world. Chapter 773. During the battle in the alley of Beimang, the blind female Guqin player, Shui Songguan, had stopped the rain in the alley in an instant. During the battle at the city gate of Dunhuang, the world's greatest demon, Luo Yang, stepped on the ground, splashing countless raindrops into flying swords. She competed with the new god of swords, Dong Tai. In terms of level, Su Fengnian was not as good as the blind Guqin player who had skipped the Vajra entering mystery finger. In terms of internal energy, he was miles ahead of Li Chungang and Luo Yang outside Dunhuang. However, under his feet, there was a two-faced and six-armed celestial phenomenon expert in a red robe. Both of them were mentally connected. Su Ying continuously transferred internal energy to Su Fengnian, like a flood rushing into the lake. Su Fengnian naturally had the illusion of being an independent sword deity. Su Fengnian thought he knew his limits. He used his heavenly energy to make tens of thousands of crooked snow swords. The deterrence was far greater than the actual effect. However, he did not know that in his body there was a dilapidated pond that looked like a withered lotus leaf. A purple-gold lotus seed had broken out of the ground, and a tender seedling was swaying gently. Above everyone's head, there were tens of thousands of white swords on the lake. They were slanted horizontally and vertically, and their thickness and length did not have a fixed pattern. However, in terms of grandeur, it was indeed rare. Su Fengnian's unique understanding of swordsmanship, coupled with the support of Su Ying's perfect celestial phenomenon level, had finally created this picture scroll on the Dragon Lake. In Jianghu, there was an unavoidable grassroots atmosphere. If one could not afford a sword or a secret manual, he would be in poverty. A single copper coin could kill a hero. In Jianghu, there was a vicious atmosphere. Although they called each other brothers, they would backstab each other. In Jianghu, there was a righteous spirit. Drawing a sword and becoming a swift strike would not disappoint the youth. However, the Jianghu also had the aura of immortals and chivalry. The Qi cultivators' white robes fluttered in the wind as they walked on the lake. This was undoubtedly the aura of immortals in the eyes of the commoners. Su Fengnian insisted on blocking the way for the sake of his old friend's kindness. At first, it seemed like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. This was the aura of chivalry that ordinary people could not understand. Tens of thousands of snow swords floating in the air was even more of an aura of immortals. Su Fengnian bravely pursued the cornered bandits, not giving them the slightest chance to catch their breath. He suddenly pressed down with both hands. The snow and tens of thousands of swords pressed down on the Guanyin sect Qi refinement warrior. The barefoot young woman who had been mediocre all this while suddenly giggled and said, "There are thousands of swords in the world, but one sword in my hand is enough." She did not use the talisman sword that was more suitable for killing demons and exorcism. Instead, she used the same method as Wang Xiaoping. Between the lake and the snow sword, she bent down and rushed forward like a white feather arrow. She made a gesture of picking up a bucket with one hand. A water column in the lake was like a flood dragon coming out of the water. She held it, and it became a dark green longsword. It was obvious that he wanted to capture the ringleader before capturing the bandits. So what if there were 10,000 swords above his head? If you make 10,000 snow swords, I'll break it with a water sword. It was unknown when such a strange saying had spread in the Jianghu. There was a dragon lady in the South Sea whose swordsmanship had reached perfection. The wind was high, and the waves were fast, but the sword traveled 10,000 miles while riding a toad. On the last page of the bladesmanship manual, there was a saying that the sword had a tacit understanding. Su Fengnian, who had accidentally lost the Great Vajra realm and dropped 2 levels, could only settle for the next best thing. He wholeheartedly rode on his sword and fought in close quarters. He boasted that he could kill anyone below the Xian Finger realm with 12 flying swords within 100 feet. Su Fengnian was not afraid and continued to let the snow sword press down on him. Swordsmanship had always been controversial. It was difficult to have both the bear's paw and the shark's fin at the same time. For hundreds of years, Li Chungang was the one who had both. The 2-sleeved green snake was the pinnacle of swordsmanship, and the sword opening the gate of heaven was the pinnacle of swordsmanship. Before Dong Tai fought against the number 1 in Beimang, Tuoba, he gave people the impression that he was bent on stepping on the head of the Wu family's sword tomb. He wanted to reach the pinnacle of swordsmanship and achieve Tao. It was only after he borrowed the sword that he changed and began to focus on swordsmanship. This was not to say that the Peach Blossom Sword God's swordsmanship was bad. It was just that his attainments in swordsmanship were not as brilliant. Using the sword in one's hand to inflict the greatest amount of damage and reach the terrifying realm of being able to fight against 1,000 people, the requirements for both swordsmanship and swordsmanship were extremely high. It was not difficult to break the armor of the soldiers with a single sword strike, but the armor was an inanimate object after all. The soldiers were not inanimate objects, and they were not wooden stakes that would allow the sword qi to injure them. Furthermore, the exertion of all forces in the world would result in a backlash. Back then, during the battle at the Guangling River, 30 to 40% of the injuries suffered by the old man in the sheepskin fur coat were caused by his own sword qi. Ji Huoboid finger, its power lies in its godly speed. When the sharp nail pierces into the metal and stone, the force is gathered at one point. Riding a sword too much would cause one to be distracted, and these 2 supreme essences of the martial Tao would definitely be damaged. This was also the reason why countless renowned swordsmen in the sword forest of the world disdained to ride their swords to kill their enemies. An inch shorter was an inch more dangerous. Riding a sword away from one's hand was already extremely unwise, and it was even more boring to pour down a rain of swords from the sky. How could casting a net that covered the sky to catch fish compare to the fierceness of hooking a fish? After Ancestor Lu, the only person who truly carried the weight of swordsmanship was Li Chungang. After Su Fengnian pulled down the snow sword in the sky that was relatively more powerful than gravity, he had been waiting for this moment of life and death. However, it was slightly different from what he imagined. Originally, he was afraid of the old woman, not the young girl who was stabbing directly at him. Su Fengnian was cautious by nature. To put it bluntly, he was timid and always thought of the worst. Facing the South Sea Qi cultivators, he had always been a little doubtful. Although the Qi cultivators were untainted immortals, these 16 people whose cultivation levels differed greatly from the South Sea's shore and went deep into the Liang dynasty's hinterland. They would definitely not fight in close quarters like tigers that were made of paper. At first, he was worried that there was a real brilliant swordsman lurking at the bottom of the lake, waiting for an opportunity to strike. However, Su Ying's abundant qi was like the roots of water plants spreading to the bottom of the lake. There was no abnormality. Since she was not at the bottom of the lake, she was naturally among the 16 people. Su Fengnian had already known that the qi cultivators would have a backup plan. After seeing the beautiful woman's finger sword, he had already overestimated the Guanyin sect. However, when he saw the understatement of the sword, he realized that he had still underestimated it. That sword was made of water. It came from nowhere and turned into a pool of lake water and fell into the lake. However, the barefoot woman still flew straight towards him. This made Su Fengnian, who had already set up the thunder pool, realize that something was wrong. As expected, the 12 flying swords with the perfect sword embryo were like soldiers who had betrayed their masters the moment they pierced the qi cultivators into a sieve. Although they did not attack, they were as docile as butterflies around the woman. They spun lightly and happily without any sword qi or killing intent. This made Su Fengnian, who had never lost control of the flying swords, feel shocked and bitter. This last was so scheming. That move of using water to make a sword was just a pretense. She herself was the real secret sword. Although it seemed like she was seeking her own death, she had something to rely on. Su Fengnian once heard from the old man wearing a sheepskin fur coat that in the world of swords, there were two kinds of people who were true geniuses. One was like Dong Tai, whose Taoist skills were not vulgar. Peach blossom branches were swords, rotten wood was swords, and rainwater was swords. There was nothing in the world that could not be used as a sword. The other kind was even rarer. They were born with a natural affinity for swords and could subdue swords. They themselves were the supreme sword embryo. No matter how good your swordsmanship was or how sharp your sword moves were, as long as you were not a sword immortal, if you were not careful, you would be defeated after you used your sword. Since he had asked the sword, then he would ask the saber. Chapter 774. Su Fengnian pressed the handle of the Beiliang saber on his waist. The old woman suddenly said, "Charcoal girl, come back." Unexpectedly, after the Qi refinement warrior of the South, who was a man of his word, the barefooted woman with a weird nickname still laughed. Not only did she not slow down, she even rushed forward at a high speed, focusing on the saber. Before Su Fengnian could do anything, the otherworldly item in the red robe went against its will. It quietly jumped up from the bottom of the lake, grabbed the young woman's soft feet, and dragged her into the bone-chilling water. Su Fengnian and the old woman of the South Sea both showed a headache that could not be concealed. They were helpless like their parents, who could not control their naughty children. Su Fengnian sent a message to the otherworldly item. He slightly bowed to the old woman who had not made a move and said politely, Baelyang Su Fengnian greets Guanyin Sect Senior. The old woman smiled. Her weathered face was like a withered tree in spring. She deliberately ignored the word Baelyang and said, I didn't expect to meet Sword God Li's disciple. The young swordsmen of the Central Plains are full of talents. Indeed, I have underestimated the heroes of the world. Su Fengnian calmly asked, Senior, can you temporarily take a step back? I will try my best to compensate Guanyin Sect. After Su Fengnian understands the delay of the casting of the rune swords in the Dragon Rock Censer and your sect's elimination of the traitors, I will definitely give Senior a reasonable explanation. The old woman hesitated for a moment, then she waved her hand and said, You can't say that we are backing down. On Crouching Tiger Mountain, there are Xianji masters, and on the shore, there is Wudong Wang Xiaoping. If you have the intention to kill, today our sect will be in a miserable state of extinction. Since you took a step back first, I won't be shameless enough to ask for a yard after taking an inch. There are about 3 years before the master comes out of seclusion. During this time, the 15 disciples of our sect will follow me to the north and south of the river to sharpen their minds and cultivate their noble spirit. After 3 years, if Yuyan Mountain Villa can promise to give us 70 rune swords, I will personally return to the sect and plead for Zhang Bingling. As for the life and death of the traitors, it still needs to be decided by the master. Su Fengnian smiled. Junior will ask one more question. Why is the casting of the rune swords so difficult? First, the materials are hard to find. Similar to Li Chuangong's wooden horse and cow, they are all flying stones. Secondly, the forging of the talisman sword is very different from the forging of ordinary swords. There is not a single difference. Back then, the agreement of 81 talisman swords is not that our sect is bullying others. The Dragon Rock incense burner of Yuyan Mountain Villa is the material collected by our ancestors. It is enough to forge 80 talisman swords. It is just that Zhang Bingling is a master in forging ordinary swords. Unfortunately, he is dragged down by his worthless sword attainments. He is also a frog in the well, and in the matter of the talisman sword, not only did he not make any contribution, but also wasted many precious materials. Su Fengnian gestured, such a short sword can be used to forge several of the rune swords that your sect needs. The old woman said blandly, if there are no accidents and the probability is successful, there can be 8. Su Fengnian lightly bowed again. He raised his head and said seriously, the agreement of 3 years, Junior can agree on behalf of Yuyan Mountain Villa. The beautiful woman who had comprehended the 2-finger sword from the Finger Xian realm smiled. If you take the people of Yuyan Mountain Villa to Baelyang and go back on your words, do you want our sect in the far South Sea to be enemies with the 300,000 cavalry of Baelyang? Su Fengnian's smile was sincere and intoxicating. He raised his hand to tie his hair and said, this unparalleled fairy sister who has made the rune swords is too serious. Junior is not a person who goes back on his words. The beautiful woman, whose real age couldn't be determined, was obviously stumped by this fellow's glib tongue. It wasn't appropriate for her to tear off all pretense of cordiality and speak ruthlessly, but it wasn't appropriate for her to push the boat with the current and fall into a trap. However, the word elder sister was really pleasing to the ear and comforting. Su Fengnian patted the Baelyang saber on his waist. I should have taken the saber as a token, but it is really inconvenient. When I return to Baelyang, someone will be heartbroken. Senior, you can ask for anything, but how can you believe me? The old woman thought for a while and raised an inexplicable question. In the future, during the great battle of Liangmang, can you let our sect's qi cultivators rush to the Baelyang border to watch the battle, but not participate in it? Su Fengnian smiled. As long as you don't do anything to harm Baelyang, there will be no problem. The old woman smiled. It's a deal. Su Fengnian hurriedly flattered. Senior is straightforward. This is a real expert. Compared to that Bulsh asterisk T Mount Longhu, it is more than 100 floors higher. The old woman accepted it calmly. The immortals behind her, who were previously exhausted from dealing with the sky full of flying swords, changed their impression of him, especially the direct disciple whom the Guanyin sect had high hopes for. The corner of the beautiful woman's mouth curled up, and she smiled sweetly. This little guy was really interesting. He clearly had terrifying skills in controlling countless flying swords, but he was still so frivolous. The old woman looked straight at Su Fengnian. The latter smiled and shouted, "Su Ying!" The surface of the lake seemed to have been split by a sword. The red-robed, otherworldly item was the first to appear in the air. It looked at the 15 overseas immortals with a pair of purple and gold eyes that were shining with compassion. Even the charming young woman chi cultivator could not suppress the tidal wave of fear in her heart after being stared at by it. The old woman smiled and said softly, "Young Master Su's merit is boundless." Then she turned around and stepped on the lake to leave. The 14 chi cultivators followed one after another. The woman who had comprehended the finger sword and the other grandmasters in name floated to the surface of the lake. They pulled out a young and unruly barefooted woman who was drenched in sweat and looked back with a smile before leaving. The barefooted woman turned around and snorted coldly before drifting away. A group of white butterflies floated on the lake. The old woman slowed down her pace and came to the barefooted woman's side to apologize. "Senior Master, I had no choice but to call you by your name just now." The barefooted woman sniffled and waved her hand. "It's all right. I just hate that otherworldly item." The old woman smiled. "There is a thin line between mortals and immortals. It is no longer an otherworldly item. Otherwise, I would have fought it even if it meant risking my life." The young woman, who was not yet 20, asked, "Why did you stop me from receiving that person's attack?" The old woman said in a low voice, "Since you are Li Chuangong's disciple, you might be able to borrow his strength to open the divine gate." The young woman said with hatred, "Just you wait." The old woman said softly, "Senior Master, the evil dragon of the earth, Lung Mountain, was injured by Li Yufu. It is a good time to pluck the ink dragon." Speaking of this, the old woman revealed a trace of embarrassment. The barefoot woman smiled mischievously. She lifted her foot, and a large group of flying sword fish that she had stolen from the bottom of the lake jumped out of the surface and dived back into the lake, continuing to swim. This fierce battle on the lake was not a small one. Although it was not a life-and-death battle, it had already shocked the 300 to 400 Jianghu people in the Yuyan Mountain Villa. Su Fengnian had originally wanted to borrow the swords first, so he had to finish what he started and return the swords one more time. At the same time, he could also show off his elegance. However, he didn't expect that he would be missing 200 swords. This made Su Fengnian turn around and curse at the lake. In this way, how could he persuade the Yuyan Mountain Villa to work for Bailiang? The next time they met, he would beat him until he cried and went back to the South Sea like Old Man Li. Chapter 775. By the time Su Fengnian put on his straw rain hat again and went ashore with his fishing rod and fish basket, sword maniac Wang Xiaoping was nowhere to be found. Blue Bird stood quietly on the shore and took the items from her young master. The fish basket was completely empty. Su Fengnian was somewhat embarrassed. Not to mention fishing. Even if you bent down and slapped the water, a few carps would jump into your hands. Su Fengnian was freezing on the lake. He had painstakingly fished for 2 hours, but in the end, he returned empty-handed. Other than Lu Wenbao, Zhang Bingling, and Zhang Chunlin of Yuyan Mountain Villa, as well as the woman who betrayed the Guanyin sect, had also rushed over. They were all grateful from the bottom of their hearts. Without waiting for Su Fengnian to say anything, Zhang Bingling, who was the leader of the Jianghu of a province, was about to kneel down and kowtow. Su Fengnian hurriedly held him up, not allowing him to do such a big bow. Zhang Chunlin, who was full of famous swords, had a face full of reverence. He could not wait to be apprenticed to his master. Su Fengnian hesitated for a moment, but in the end, he did not reveal the truth. It was rare for him to pretend to be a chivalrous hero. He politely said, "Manor had stayed here first, and I returned the favor later. We don't owe each other anything. Manorhead Zhang, don't worry too much. To be honest, I borrowed more than 1,000 swords from Yuyan Mountain Villa, but in the end, many of them were stolen by those South Sea Qi cultivators." Zhang Bingling had always thought that he was going to die. How could he care about the hundreds of swords that were stolen? Furthermore, the dozens of famous swords in the manor's collection were still there, like Zhang Chuanlin's Rootless Sky Water, Dragon Whiskers, Wind Beacon, Slender Waist, Yang Spring, and Killer Winter. All of them had been returned to their rightful owners. Zhang Bingling was willing to seal the ancestral dragon rock incense burner for the woman by his side. How could he value the famous swords in the manor more than his wife? Zhang Bingling was inarticulate. At this time, he did not know how to express his gratitude and repay a little. Such a great man could only tremble with his lips. He held the white-haired young man's hand in front of him. Everything was understood without words. Su Fengnian was not in a hurry to return to the snow courtyard. He said straightforwardly, "Yuyan Mountain Villa still has 3 years to forge the remaining talisman swords. I happen to have a few Qin ancient swords made of materials similar to the wooden ox. When I return to my residence, I will have someone send them to the manor. They can probably help manor solve your urgent needs." Zhang Bingling's face was stunned and muttered to himself, "How can I do this? People say that a drop of water should be repaid with a gushing spring, but since it's a gushing spring, how should Zhang Bingling repay him?" Su Fengnian smiled. Intercepting the South Sea, immortals on the lake was just a spur of the moment. Afterwards, the Qin ancient swords will have to be traded with Yuyan Mountain Villa. They will not be given away for free. Zhang Bingling, who was most afraid of owing people, was relieved. He nodded repeatedly and said, "This is the best. If benefactor does not mind, all the secret rooms in Yuyan Mountain Villa, including the Dragon Rock incense burner, will be open to you, other than my son's Rootless Sky Water, which is a gift and cannot be sold to you. The rest are the Killer Winter, Dragon Whiskers, Wind Beacon, and Slender Waist Yang Spring. All the famous ancient swords in the manor can be taken away by you. Furthermore, several of our ancestors traveled the Jianghu and had some adventures. Yuyan Mountain Villa has some knowledge about qi cultivation. Zhang Bingling only left copies of those secret manuals. The original ones will be taken by you. There are also some land deeds and gold and silver in the manor." Zhang Bingling was talking excitedly when his wife pulled his sleeve. He suddenly came back to his senses and realized that he had forgotten himself. He smiled embarrassedly, thinking that with this young master's family background, he would not be interested in those common things. After he came back to his senses, he clasped his fist and apologized. Zhang Bingling was vulgar. "Please don't blame me." Su Fengnian looked back at the lake and turned his head with a smile. "Shall we go to Qi Shui courtyard to talk?" Zhang Bingling did not dare to have the slightest objection. When they arrived at the courtyard, the steward Zhang Han had already taken away the 3 visiting maidservants, leaving only 2 maidservants who were working in Qi Shui. The host and the guests sat around the stove. Zhang Chunlin did not dare to sit down. He had the courage to look at this young master who looked about the same age. He had several famous swords in his arms, which was somewhat funny. If he had a few more swords on his back, he would almost look like a person who sold broken swords in the Jianghu. Perhaps because Su Fengnian's borrowing of the sword was too shocking, Zhang Chunlin mistakenly thought that this white-haired sword immortal only looked young, but in fact was a transcendent immortal who was already 60 years old. Su Fengnian drank a mouthful of yellow wine. Has the master ever thought of moving the foundation of Yuyan Mountain Villa out? Bailiang was short of land and gold and silver, but it was short of talents. Yuyan Mountain Villa's superb sword-making skills were passed down from generation to generation. It was a fisherman, not a fish. There were nearly 100 skilled craftsmen in the village who had been working with swords all their lives. Their value could not be measured by a few famous swords. For Bailiang, whose cavalry was the strongest in the world, it was very precious. Next, the imperial court would definitely tighten the neck of Bailiang in the matter of salt and iron. Su Fengnian had to plan ahead. If there were a large number of experienced craftsmen in his hands, it would be equivalent to saving a large number of iron ore. Zhang Bingling was stunned and bitterly said, "Benefactor, to be honest, in these 2 years, seeing that there was no hope of completing the talisman sword, Zhang Bingling had hesitated whether to take my wife and children to the ends of the world and live in hiding. But every time I came to the Dragon Rock incense burner, I would not have this thought. Zhang Bingling can die, but the ancestral property of more than 20 generations cannot be destroyed in Zhang Bingling's hands. Not to mention other things. Every year during the Tomb Sweeping Festival, no matter how useless the descendants are, they have to do it." Su Fengnian nodded and did not force him. Zhang Bingling did not even dare to breathe loudly. He was full of guilt and felt that he had let down his benefactor, who was slowly drinking the yellow wine in front of him. Su Fengnian smiled and said, "Then I will exchange swords for swords and take the 9 famous swords, including the dragon Su Feng Sui." Zhang Chunlin was anxious and hurriedly interrupted, "Benefactor, take this rootless heavenly water that I am wearing as well. Even if the village has to sell everything, we have to gather 100 good swords to repay your kindness." Zhang Bingling smiled and said, "It should be like this. If Benefactor thinks that 100 swords is too burdensome, Yuyan Mountain Villa can personally deliver them to your residence." Zhang Chunlin volunteered, "I can do this. I just happen to want to travel the Jianghu to gain experience." Su Fengnian did not refuse and raised his head to look at the elegant Zhang Chunlin. "For this trip, I have 2 carriages. One of them can be used to carry 100 swords. But forget about the rootless heavenly water. A gentleman fulfills the beauty of others. A petty person takes what others like. I am not a gentleman, but I do not want to be a petty person. My table manners are too ugly. It was not easy for me to act like a true man in the Jianghu in front of the village master and madam. I cannot break it in the blink of an eye." Chapter 776. Zhang Bingling was a simple man who did not like to smile. Hearing this, he also grinned. This benefactor was a genuine person. The manor mistress also unraveled some hidden knots in her heart. Her eyebrows relaxed, and she became more gentle and tranquil. Zhang Chunlin, who did not have much experience in Jianghu, was even more speechless. In the eyes of this young manor lord who had made a name for himself at a young age, since his benefactor had personally witnessed the unparalleled elegance of a sword immortal, his words should not have the slightest bit of vulgarity. Who would have thought that Su Fengnian would be so amiable and approachable? Su Fengnian raised his hand to take a look at the sword. Zhang Chunlin hurriedly handed over the sword to Su Fengnian. The 2 maidservants outside the door looked at each other and smiled. Usually, young Heights Lord was very cultured and refined. Even when he met the heroes of Jianghu, they had never seen him so restrained and nervous. Su Fengnian took out half of the famous sword, Feng Yan. The sword was as clear as water. Su Fengnian narrowed his eyes and looked at it. He smiled and said, "Just now when we were practicing on the lake, a female qi cultivator used the finger sword. It is said that she could use the finger sword to fill the sea and the finger sword to destroy the sea. Your Yuyan villa pays attention to both qi and sword cultivation. Do you pay attention to this?" Zhang Bingling's face was strange. Zhang Chunlin concentrated and did not want to miss a word. Instead, the manor mistress said softly, "Benefactor, you don't know. Guanin's sect is good at qi cultivation. Among them, there are amazing people who can go to the first level of finger xian and celestial phenomenon to pick up bits and pieces. They call it the Dragon Palace treasure hunt. Comprehending from the finger xian is relatively simple compared to the higher level of celestial phenomenon, but it is only relatively speaking. Ordinary qi cultivators may not be able to do it even if they spend their whole life without slacking. The finger sword person on the lake used Taoism's talisman and Flying Sword sect's finger talisman. Finger heaven is clear and bright. Finger man is immortal and finger sword is psychic. There are 3 levels in descending order. That qi cultivator is only about 30 years old. To be able to reach this level, as long as one can reach finger sword and man before 60 years old, one can go to finger heaven before 100 years old and pick up heavenly treasure from celestial phenomenon. The strength of a qi refinement warrior naturally lies not in their physique, but in their qi refinement. The madam hesitated for a moment and exhaled softly. With a complicated expression, she said, "The head of the qi training master is our sect's elder, Dripping Water Guanyin. She's the best at controlling water. The porcelain bottle in her sleeve weighs no more than 3 ounces, but it's rumored that it can pour 33,000 pounds of water." Su Fengnian brushed his finger across the ancient sword and smiled. "Looks like this qi refinement master has shown mercy." Zhang Chunlin snorted coldly. Benefactor drew tens of thousands of snow swords on the lake. That old woman clearly knew the difficulty and retreated. Su Fengnian shook his head and said, "My moves, whether it is the real sword of Yuan Mountain Villa or the snow sword made on the lake, can be used to scare people, but when it comes to actually hurting people, it is very common." Just as Zhang Chunlin was about to defend his immortal benefactor, Su Fengnian smiled and said, "Young Heights Lord, I'm actually about the same age as you. Why don't we call each other brothers?" Zhang Chunlin opened his mouth wide. Zhang Bingling and the woman also looked at each other in dismay. They could not believe that this young sword celestial was really a man in his 20s. They were practically strangers who met by chance. It was not good for them to talk too much. Zhang Bingling and the other 2 were embarrassed to continue staying. They stood up and respectfully bid farewell. Other than the rootless heavenly water, the rest of the famous swords were left behind. Su Fengnian closed his eyes and recalled the finger sword technique of the female qi refinement warrior on the lake. He pointed on the fire beacon sword and exhaled qi to seal the talisman. It was probably because the fire beacon sword was not the talisman sword. Su Fengnian only had the shape but not the spirit. Wang Xiaoping entered the house and sat down. He poured himself a cup of wine and drank it in one gulp. He glanced sideways at His Royal Highness, who was constantly pointing at the fire beacon sword, and said hoarsely, "The finger technique is not wrong. It is indeed the mystery of the qi refinement finger, but it is useless. Guanyin sect has its own unique qi to guide it. Wudong sect claims that the world's internal strength comes from the jade pillar. Many secret manuals are circulated outside the mountains, and they are not wrong at all. Why are there so few that can enter the right path? There is no other reason other than the yin-yang twin fish. Losing one of them, means losing the essence of everything. Su Fengnian nodded and changed the topic. Young Master Wang, would you like to take a sword as a companion sword? Wang Xiaoping did not hold back. He reached out and grabbed an ancient sword. He tapped the scabbard with his finger, and the wind and snow in the courtyard suddenly stopped. Wang Xiaoping nodded and praised. I will take this one. Su Fengnian dismissed it with a smile. Wang Xiaoping calmly asked, how will you deal with Han Jiaoxi's assassination? Su Fengnian sighed. I can only counter soldiers with arms and water with an earth weir. Wang Xiaoping shook his head. Although you have the mysterious finger woman Xianyuan Qingfeng, the immortal spear king embroidered moment, and the celestial phenomenon otherworldly item, even if you have me to attack at the right time, you may not be able to escape unscathed. Su Fengnian was surprised. Is this still not enough? Wang Xiaoping asked back. The 11th in the world, Wang Mingyin, died in front of you. Do you really think that these masters are not masters? Moreover, Wang Mingyin's 11th in the world is only the last of the 10 in the Liang dynasty. Han Jiaoxi is not the same. He is worthy of being one of the 10 in the world, and he is the best at killing celestial phenomenon with his mysterious finger. As long as Han Jiaoxi is willing to sacrifice his life, it will not be as difficult to kill you as you think. In the competition between the top masters of Jianghu, one is against the enemy Wang Xianji, and the other is between Chao Changqing, who was at celestial phenomenon at that time, and Han Shengxian, who was only below Dong Tai in terms of mysterious finger comprehension. The last type is a battle of life and death. If the Hanjiao Temple is willing to do this, even the Confucian sage, Chao Zhangqing, would have a headache. Wang Xiaoping's words were shocking. I advise you not to let the red robe, otherworldly item attack Han Jiaoxi. It can fight evenly with Lu Haoshi, but I am afraid that it will lose half of its cultivation in less than 50 moves from Han Jiaoxi. He is good at killing celestial phenomenon with his mysterious finger. If you let the otherworldly item nourish your internal energy and fight Han Jiaoxi to the death, the otherworldly item will be damaged. How good will it be for you? Maybe Han Jiaoxi is waiting for you to do this at that time. Even if I, Wang Xiaoping, protect you with my life, it will be as difficult as ascending to heaven. In my opinion, you can only use her, who is using the instant spear, and the men of sacrifice hiding in the dark to fill the hole and exhaust Han Jiaoxi's internal energy. Then, you can only hope that the Huishan woman will fight to the death for you. In the end, I will decide the winner in 3 moves. If I win, everything will be fine. If I lose, you will have to pray for yourself. Su Fengnian smiled bitterly. What is the 10th in the world? Is this the ability of the 10th in the world? Wang Xiaoping sneered. Young Tai Sui has a guilty conscience. In these years, his realm has fallen into a mess. It is not a great ability for you to kill him alone. As for Raccoon Diwu, his mysterious finger is not weak, but compared to Dong Tai's mysterious finger, Han Shengxian, he is not worth mentioning. You are unlucky. If Han Jiaoxi was replaced by Deng Mao, the 9th in the world, with the celestial phenomenon otherworldly item protecting you, it would be easier for you. Su Fengnian closed his eyes and muttered to himself, below the earth, immortal, invincible Han. Chapter 777. After drinking the yellow wine, Su Fengnian walked out of the courtyard toward the pavilion on Crouching Tiger Mountain. Along the way, the heavy snow brushed against his body and his shoulders. It was probably because Zhang Bingling had pretended to be the bad guy and given the order, so no one came to curry favor with him. The woman in purple leaned against the pillar of the pavilion with her legs stretched out, facing the lake. There was a guqin on her lap. Su Fengnian walked into the pavilion, but her expression didn't change at all. Su Fengnian went straight to the point. Han Jiaoxi will appear within 300 miles. How much strength do you plan to contribute? Let's talk about this in advance, then I'll do what I can. Xianyuan Qingfeng frowned. That cat man is only in the Xian finger state. Is it worth your effort? Su Fengnian sat down and said calmly, First of all, Han Jiaoxi is recognized as the second person in the Xian finger state after Dong Tai. His arm is wrapped in red threads, and he can break a long life with a flick of his finger. Second of all, I'm afraid that he will come to the celestial phenomenon state for no reason. Then it won't be as simple as the Xian finger state killing the celestial phenomenon state. After Prince Zhao Kai's death, Han Shengxian, who has no hope of supporting the Dragon Emperor, will have nothing left to live for. He hates me to the bone. If he could kill me 10 times, he wouldn't just stop at 9. Su Ying is in the celestial phenomenon state, so it's not suitable for her to make a move. Now I'm worried that Han Shengxian will be unscathed before Wang Xiaoping makes her move. Xianyuan Qingfeng put his hands on the strings of the guqin. Do you know that Han Jiaoxi was besieged in the western regions last time? Su Fengnian nodded. White Fox didn't say a word. I only heard some trivial things from Wu. The three of you led 1,600 elite Bailiang light cavalry and encountered Han Jiaoxi 3 times in total. He escaped from your encirclement each time. Once, you killed 400 cavalry for him and took an iron arrow from Wu. White Fox risked her life, but still couldn't cut off his arm. She only cut off a mass of red threads. The other 2 times, Wu said that you were seriously injured. One time, if you didn't run into a few old monks of the esoteric Buddhism sect of the western regions and suck your internal energy dry, your heartstrings would have been completely broken by the cat man. Wu nodded. The White Fox's face is life. If this guy didn't care about his life, the Bailiang's cavalry would have been intercepted by Han Jiaoxi's favor. Wu's Wu and I, we couldn't withstand the old man and the old man's favor. Wu and I and me's Kuden and me and myself. How the old Wu and me, as an I and me, the Wu's Wu and me's be Wu and I. Before I left Mount Huishan, I was so conceited. I only thought that I could easily occupy a spot among the top 10 in the world, and that I could easily squeeze out Deng Mao. But after I faced Han Jiaoxi, who was only ranked 10th, I realized how ignorant I was. After I was lucky enough to return to Bailiang alive, I told myself that I shouldn't foolishly find trouble with Han Jiaoxi before I become a terrestrial immortal. Su Fengnian said softly, I know. Xianyuan Qingfeng still didn't turn his head. He asked softly, Are you very disappointed? Su Fengnian held the back of his head with both hands. No. Xianyuan Qingfeng smiled and asked, Just now, you went through a lot of trouble on the lake and fought with a bunch of chi cultivators. Are you worried that you'll be forgotten by the martial world, just like Li Chungang if you die? Su Fengnian smiled. You know me best. Xianyuan Qingfeng glanced at the cold saber on Su Fengnian's waist and asked curiously, How are you going to deal with that human cat who can tear the red armor of the talisman general at his peak with his bare hands? Su Fengnian either didn't have confidence or didn't confide in him. He said vaguely, I can only take one step at a time. Xianyuan Qingfeng didn't get to the bottom of it. He watched Su Fengnian stretch out his hand and wave it gently. Snowflakes drifted in the air. After feeling bored to death, he got up and left. Xianyuan Qingfeng leaned back against the pillar. Her head hit the pillar with a soft bang. After some time, she lowered her head and looked down. After hesitating for a moment, she bent down and tied up her skirt. At dusk on the same day, Yuyan Mountain Villa gathered 2 big boxes of famous swords that the villa had kept for many years and carefully moved them to Qi Shui courtyard. For some reason, after Wang Xiaoping got the dragon whiskers, she still asked for 2 more swords. One was a short sword, little bark, and the other was a wide sword, deer head. In Yuyan Mountain Villa, they were considered good swords, but there was still a gap between them and the famous swords. Su Fengnian didn't care about this. Before Hong Shixiang went down the mountain, sword maniac Wang Xiaoping was the undisputed #1 swordsman in Wudong's sect. Her killing and demon-vanquishing skills even surpassed his 2 senior brothers, Wang Zhongluo and Yu Xingrui. The purity of her sword intent was also one of the best in the world. Wang Xiaoping took 3 swords. Su Fengnian could roughly guess some clues. With 3 swords in hand against Han Jiaoxi, it would be a matter of 3 swords. It was success or death. Chapter 778. At dinner time, Su Fengnian went to the meeting alone. In Yuyan Villa, apart from Zhang Bingling, Zhang Chunlin, and the wife, there were also 2 good friends that Zhang Bingling had known for half of his life. One was called Chao Yu, who used a pair of dragon tendon whips. After entering the 2nd grade master realm at the age of 40, he had been stagnant for 10 whole years. Not only did he not show any signs of entering the 1st grade, he even showed signs of going against the current. In these years, he had been traveling all over the place, looking for experts to spar with, but he still didn't make any progress. The other was a famous swordsman. His name was Duan Mao. The so-called famous swordsman was only someone who rarely met his match in a province. He walked the unorthodox path, not the mind. He could be considered as Dong Tai's disciple and grand disciple. Jiang Hu was like this, staring at the top figures with their eyes wide open. Thousands of juniors would imitate them wholeheartedly. Duan Mao's proudest achievement was that he didn't enter the 2nd grade, but he relied on his strange swordsmanship to defeat 2 masters. Chao Yu and Duan Mao, in the local Jianghu, could be said to be the top figures in the province with a sneeze. Who knows how many Jianghu people would try their best to be apprenticed to a master? After all, most people wouldn't be able to come in contact with those flying immortals in their lifetime. Those who could barely control a sword were almost invincible sword immortals. The Wu family sword tomb boy controlled a sword to break a butterfly. This kind of saying was only heard, no one would take it seriously. Chao Yu and Duan Mao were both experienced in Jianghu and knew to avoid the taboo. They didn't bother about Su Fengnian's secret identity, but the desire in their eyes couldn't be hidden. One was eager to stabilize his realm, not to reach the legendary 1st grade, but to not fall out of the 2nd grade. The other was a swordsman, and suddenly met Su Fengnian, a terrifying hidden immortal who could control hundreds and thousands of swords. He eagerly wanted to get a few words of advice from the white-haired sword immortal, which might make his swordsmanship improve by leaps and bounds. It was a pity that the land immortal, whose real age was unknown, never spoke. Fortunately, Chao Yu and Duan Mao did not have high expectations. They felt proud to be able to sit at the same table and have a meal. In the future, when they walked out of Yuyan Mountain Villa and talked with their peers and juniors, it would be a shocking and wonderful story. You've heard of Li Chungang summoning a sword at Bull Mound, but have you ever seen someone riding 1,000 swords to split a lake and kill an immortal? After eating and drinking to his heart's content, Duan Mao asked indirectly, "Senior Su, are the white-robed deities on the lake really Qi cultivators from the Guanyin sect of the South Sea? Senior, you're able to fight against a dozen by yourself. At the very least, you're at the finger-profound realm, right?" Su Fengnian, who got the title of senior for no reason, felt funny in his heart. He was expressionless, as if he was reminiscing about the peak battle on the lake. In the eyes of Chao Yu and Duan Mao, it was not conceit, but the reservedness that an expert should have. After dinner, everyone moved to a unique and elegant garden in Yuyan Mountain Villa. Purple bamboos were planted everywhere. The heavy snow pressed the bamboo leaves, which were overwhelmed. From time to time, there was the sound of bamboo breaking. In the snowy night, there was a small red clay stove. The most graceful maid in the residence was warming wine with her hands. There was also a sword immortal with a head full of frost. Chao Yu and Duan Mao, who had never had such an experience, were already drunk before drinking. If this was spread out, how could it not be a beautiful story in Wulin? Duan Mao sighed with emotion. Senior, you used the snow as thousands of swords. It's really the work of an immortal. Duan Mao will engrave it in his mind and yearn for it. Chao Yu was not willing to fall behind. He clapped his hands and praised. Although I don't practice sword, I have no regrets in this life after seeing seniors battle on the lake. I only regret that I didn't take my sword to Jianghu back then. Su Fengnian was absent-minded. It was as if he had returned to the time when he was a hedonistic prince and was flattered by the disciples around him. He was lost in thought. At this moment, a dazzling purple robe with an extremely bright color walked into his line of sight. Her purple dress complemented the purple bamboo forest under the lantern's light. The corners of her dress were pulled up into a knot, making her figure even more graceful. She did not sit down. Instead, she said a superfluous sentence to Su Fengnian, I still won't fight. Su Fengnian said in surprise, I know. Xianyuan Qingfeng silently turned around. Zhang Chunlin's eyes were fixed. His mind was swaying. It was not inferior to the time when they watched the battle on the lake. How could there be such a seductive woman in the world? Su Fengnian's body leaned slightly, his elbow resting on the edge of the couch. The corner of his mouth curled up. This woman actually had a guilty conscience. Zhang Chunlin asked carefully, Benefactor, who is this lady? Su Fengnian smiled. We just met by chance. Chao Yu and Duan Mao swallowed at the same time. Their expressions were somewhat unnatural. This was because they both remembered a rising woman in the Jianghu. She was also dressed in purple all year round and came from Mount Hui's Great Snow Plateau. Outsiders only knew that an unexpected disaster had occurred at Bull Hill. A purple lightning bolt, as thick as a mountain, had struck down. Almost all of the top experts in the Xianyuan family who could shoulder the burden had died. They had thought that after the men of the Xianyuan family were all dead, the family would decline. Unexpectedly, Xianyuan Qingfeng appeared out of nowhere. Rumors spread everywhere. Everyone said that she was a demoness who liked to cook hearts and livers. Moreover, she was good at harvesting young to nourish harem. She was extremely vicious. Everyone had the right to kill such a vicious woman who harmed the martial arts world. Most importantly, she was inextricably linked to the heir of Baelyam. Ordinary righteous people would not dare to act rashly. Su Fengnian suddenly closed his eyes and wiped his forehead with a finger. He lowered his head and pretended to drink, but he gritted his teeth. The porcelain cup did not move at all. The wine in the cup swirled like a tornado. Chapter 779. Su Fengnian held the cup in one hand and covered it with the other. There was a mark between his eyebrows that turned from red to purple, accompanying him as he drank. Everyone only thought that this loose immortal, who was not well known in Jianghu, was lost in thought. They only cared about themselves as they drank, not daring to disturb him. Zhang Chunlin had always been arrogant. With Yuyan Mountain Villa's status in the Jianghu, he was outstanding and born with a good appearance. He stopped at etiquette to the women, who adored him and did not touch them at all. For some reason, when he saw the woman in purple who was as cold as frost, he was infatuated in an instant. It was just that he did not know what her relationship with his benefactor was. Heaven and man were in a dilemma. Between his eyebrows, there was only hesitation and desolation. He drank alone sadly. No one knew a son better than his mother. The woman who betrayed the South Sea Island sighed softly. Zhang Bingling's temper was rough, and his observation skills were not good enough. He only cared about drinking with his two old friends. Su Fengnian leisurely exhaled a long breath. Chao Yu and Duan Mao stopped drinking and turned their heads with a look of disbelief. They saw the wisp of mist floating like a white snake in the air, as if twisting its head and tail. Wherever it passed, it crushed the snow into powder. Su Fengnian put down his cup and suddenly stood up. He said goodbye and went straight to the small courtyard of Qi Shui. He passed the courtyard door, but did not enter. His footsteps floated, and he almost staggered forward. He hesitated for a moment and swept through the air. His body was like an arrow that fell straight into the lake and sank to the bottom of the lake. The people of Purple Bamboo Forest did not know the truth. They looked at each other and saw the doubt and shock in each other's eyes. Was this the rumored Jianghu sword breath that was like a dragon? It was the first time Wang Xiaoping held a sword since he came up the mountain. He showed outstanding talent among the many martial brothers of Wudong. He had always been regarded as an excellent sword embryo born for the sword. He himself had always insisted that one day in the future he would die for the sword. Carrying the 3 swords of Yuyan Mountain Villa's Feng Shui, Little Bark, and Deer Head, this sword maniac slowly came to the lakeside, guarding the lake for the young man at the bottom of the lake. When Su Fengnian went to Wudong, Wang Xiaoping did not think much of it. A hedonistic son of rich parents with a notorious record, running to the mountain to practice the blade, what kind of future could he achieve? De Shixiang did not hesitate to use his entire cultivation base of the Great Yellow Court in exchange for the 4 words Wudong Dang Xing, which made Wang Xiaoping even more furious. In a fit of pique, she simply went down the mountain to sharpen her sword heart, seeking to avoid what the eye does not see, the heart does not grieve. To this day, putting aside the identity of Zhenwu and the foreshadowing of Wudong Mountain, Wang Xiaoping did not have a good impression of Su Fengnian. But in terms of pure martial arts experience, she did admire him a little. Ancestor Lu once said that when we cultivate the Tao, we shouldn't cultivate to become a watchdog. Wang Xiaoping sat cross-legged until daybreak. 300 miles south of Yuyan Mountain Villa was Jiangnan. A sudden and continuous heavy snow covered everything in silver. Everything was free to wear a fox fur coat. In the cold and snowy night, a black-clothed old man stepped on the white snow, his hands hidden in his sleeves. The place he walked was not in front of a village nor behind a shop. The nearest village to rest was 30 miles away. Ordinary old people would freeze to death in the snow. But looking at the old man's manner of walking, he seemed to have some martial arts training. Although he did not have too much domineering arrogance, presumably he would not freeze to death on the road. The old man was dressed in a wide-sleeved black robe, a pair of thick brocade boots stained with snow. His head was full of frosty white hair. Snow constantly fell on his head, as if there was snow on top of his frosty hair, somewhat cold and cheerless. The old man walked expressionlessly, with no regard for anything or anyone. Even if there were a dozen white-clothed immortals floating by, like birds stepping on snow and mud, he still turned a blind eye, not to mention that one of the young women was riding on a sword with 100 flying swords behind her. The black-clothed old man also looked straight ahead. As a result, the Qi cultivators who had always been detached from the secular world took a few more glances. Qi cultivators were known for observing the weather, observing the Qi cultivators and people's faces. After sizing him up, they still could not figure him out. The leading old woman gently flicked her sleeves, pushing a sect junior, who had slightly paused a few feet away. She then stopped. In the heavy snow, there was no road to talk about. But this old woman, who did not attack Su Fengnian outside Yuyan Mountain Villa, actually had the humble attitude of a junior meeting a senior. The Qi cultivators were divided into two groups. One group had already swept past the black-clothed old man in a straight line, while the other group behind the old woman was motionless. Not to mention the barefoot woman who was riding on the sword. Her eyes were rolling with a puzzled expression. Even the direct disciple of the Guanyin sect, who had comprehended the finger sword, was somewhat surprised. Not to mention the rest of the Qi cultivators who had come out for experience this time. They all looked at the old man who had brushed past them from afar. The black-clothed old man suddenly stopped in his tracks and did not turn his head. But everyone noticed that the tall, black-clothed old man had separated a strand of Qi Ji, locking onto the dripping Guanyin of the sect. The